Okay, here we are. Finally on a brand new project. Now I'm really super excited about this one, I won't lie, because we've built like 3 builds in this city so far, right? Let's load in there. Oh, there we go, look, there's our little plot of land right before our feet. Just let her load in a second, that's all good. And this is the road. Right, needs no introduction. This is the road we'll be building along. This is the street that we'll be creating. Yeah, I was just saying, we've done 3 builds in this city, right? And they've all been quite big builds, to be honest. Like, we've got this haberdashery here, we've got just finished the Builder's Superstore there. And we've got a giant car park there which goes underground by 2 kind of floors as well. Like, all really big builds, but this is something different now. This is like a row of Victorian style, like London sort of Victorian style, kind of terraced houses and shops. Now it's still quite a big build because there's like a whole street of them. Let's have a look. Right up to that tree there, basically. And I don't know how many there'll be. It all depends on what happens tonight, right? Because we're hoping to flesh out the floor plan of 2 of them here. I want to see how they look next to each other. They'll be like the same design, like right up the street, but they will be raising up a little touch, it seems. So we'll get the first 2. I definitely think we can get 2 in this little flat bit here. And I kind of just want to get the bones of it kind of fleshed out at minimum on this stream, right? I'd love to get a roof on this stream, but we'll see how it goes. Because they're going to be relatively big. I mean, these are going to be terraced houses, right? But they've also got shops on them. Because we're in the shopping district. That's the highway right there. And you come in here. I'm not sure what we're doing here just yet. Probably going to build another little set of buildings there, but they'll be much smaller, those ones. I think we'll start on the main event of this street, which is this really long row of terraced houses and shops. Like, so yeah, I mean, we can jump right in. I want to do a little bit of kind of running around, just warm our fingers up and plan a few things out, right? Because this road, it's straight here, but it is going to curve that way. Now, exactly how and where, let's get rid of these bits of soil so we can think a bit clearer there, right? Exactly how and where, I'm not sure. Excuse me, but I'm pretty sure that they're only going to start curving at the end of this house. So perhaps you don't have to worry about that too much. Like, we can just imagine that this road's going to be here, right? And when it kind of gets to here, we'll have like a curved bridge going over there, and it's kind of going to go head through there, right down there, all the way at an angle, all the way to the southern highway down there. So it's going to be like a long shopping road. This is entirely the shopping district, so it's all going to be like shops and stuff around here. But you know, you want people to live here as well, don't you? So these are going to be kind of mixed use houses. They're going to be like shops on the bottom, so there'll be a shop here. And again, you know, I've got a few ideas. You know, we'll have like all the traditional kind of shops, but each one will be a different kind of shop. But each one will also have a little staircase here going up to a house. Now beyond that, we have no particular design in mind other than the fact it's going to be in the Victorian style. So again, I do think we'll be using brick, but we'll probably mix it up. We've used the big red bricks for that one, and I think we'll go to our little tiny kind of, you know, the most traditional Minecraft bricks for this one. And I think indeed we will build the first one out of red brick. And I think as they go along, they'll kind of be different. Like, there'll be a few red brick ones and then a few like brown brick ones, maybe in between. Maybe even over the years, like some of them have kind of like put a bit of cladding on the front, you know, like plaster or whatever, and some of them will be a bit different. So they'll all feel a little bit different, but be basically the same design. But yeah, let's flesh out that design right now. I mean, that's what we're here for, and that's what's going to be happening like right this second. I get a feeling that hole's going to get on this, but we'll kind of keep it there for a while and just see. I think the first thing we need to do, right, is get prepared. I always like to be prepared. So we've got an ender chest on us. And within that ender chest is our stuff. So let's just get that in there. It's the only thing. We've cleared our inventory completely from the builder's yard. That's a distant memory now. We're totally on this new project. I think right here, look, it's a lovely place to have your tea break in the middle of the build, isn't it? So I just think we'll stick an ender chest here somewhere. Probably just right there like that. So let's grab our shovel. It's the first thing we need. I don't think we need anything else out of there. Like I say, we are in creative, so we don't really need that many tools and stuff like that. But a shovel is just handy, right? So we can mark out the boundary of this building, as it were. Now, one thing I do know is that these builds are going to go very much in the Victorian style directly onto the front of this pavement, as it were. And we'll probably have a doorway around about here-ish, going up into like the flats above the apartments, right? It's going to be like probably a 2-floor apartment above the shop, and the shop will be kind of like here. Now these shops don't need to be massive. They're more like, it's got more going to be like your butchers, your bakers, your greengrocers. I was thinking maybe you could have like a little clothes shop even, you know, maybe even a little thrift store, who knows, yeah? All this kind of stuff we'll kind of put along here. Yeah, it's just flexing our creative kind of muscles, as it were, just to kind of get this city going. I mean, we've got, like I say, we've got a builder's yard, we've got a haberdashery, we've got a car park, but currently there are no like residents, right? There's no houses, no little shops, no places you can just go like to buy, you know, your food. We'll definitely have a corner shop, and it might make sense, right? This is the corner, to have the corner shop right here. I'm not sure yet. We're not really going to worry about the inside contents of the shop immediately, because they're all going to be the same design regardless of what they're selling. But what we will worry about, let's get busy, man, let's get started. What we will worry about is where this building's going to start, if you like, on this corner. Now, I don't want it to come like right out to here. It would just be all too tight, wouldn't it? I think we're more than happy with kind of a little corner sort of being left open. And probably, I mean, it could well be that we build another build here. If we just imagine it, like we could have like a row of more narrow buildings here, because again it won't be going very far because this road bends here, so we could have like a smaller build here. So I think we kind of give them a bit of space and kind of start this Victorian terrace right about here. Have a look, that would be 1, 2, 3, yeah, roughly about there. I think right about kind of here, just so you got plenty of space to move about this place. Yeah, and I say if we've got a green open space, we could kind of like either just concrete over it and just like have like a phone box and stuff like that there, who knows, right? Like that's a harking back to the past, a bit of phone box. Or you could do, yeah, or a little bench area, something like that, who knows. But it's nice to give yourself a bit of space. I don't think we want to start right on the corner, so, and again, if we kind of leave ourselves enough space, probably there. Let's go with that gut instinct, right, and just sort of start there. Take some of this stuff away. Yeah, okay, so that's interesting. So let's get some more stuff in our inventory. There's a couple of things that we'll need. We'll definitely need dirt. And I would like a potion of reaching, because it's always super handy when you're building this stuff. I won't lie. Potion of reaching. What's the difference between these? Reach 2. Reach for 2 hours. Reach for 1 hour. Or reach 2 for 30 minutes. I see. So we want the longer reach for less time, I'd say. I think that's a reasonable kind of compromise. Let's just fill that out. Excuse me, and just get rid of that. And that, just to help us think a little, right? Okay, so it begins. So it begins. This is probably, that's probably about as big as we want to make it as well. Like you say, you know, there's not going to be huge shops. Behind here, right, just to give a little background on it, sort of thing. We're going to definitely have more buildings here, but like I say, there'll be small ones, just little small buildings here to here. Probably leave some of this open, right, but we're going to build over here and flatten this off completely. And like within this area here is going to be like a pedestrian kind of shopping square, I guess you call it, like a plaza. Yeah, so like these buildings will come across here, cutting off the road from like a more secluded kind of shopping area. Okay, so that's interesting. Look, we have a natural boundary here, right? We don't really want to build. We're going to keep that lava lake there. I think it's too cool, man, to delete. I'm definitely going to put like a little seating area around that, make a little feature of it. Yeah, I don't think that the Victorian houses really definitely don't want to come beyond this point here. Okay, so we've kind of already got a vague outline of what these places are going to be like. So it's really just a matter of planning this out. The first thing we're going to do is just use our shovel, basically make a floor plan of this place. Yeah, I mean we could just do it to here. We could leave that gap behind us, that's fine. Let's just kind of straighten it all off. just so we can kind of think a little bit more clearly, plan it all out a little bit better. Yeah, maybe just give it one more like this. Alright. Where were you? There. There's so much grass on this seed, right? It's a great seed for a city build. However, this grass is everywhere. It's kind of the cross we bear for having so much kind of grassland around us. I mean, this grass stretches off for multiple blocks. There's a mountain over there somewhere, but multiple blocks in all directions, man. And like I say, it stretches up beyond that mountain as well. So there's plenty of space here to make plenty of cool builds, man. And like I say, I'm quite pleased to be just building a smaller build now, as opposed to these giant things. It's quite nice. Once we've got the design laid out, right, we'll probably be able to like do a build per stream. I mean, I think we're going to lay out the floor plan for 2 builds now. So I think if we can get the bones of these places up, get the walls up, get some windows in, get the doors on, maybe get a roof on, you never know, right? But that would definitely be a bonus. But just kind of get the bones of these things in on this stream, that would be pretty awesome. And like I said, we'll worry about kitting the shop out on the next stream. And I definitely think we're going to make these walls too wide, because I want the insides to be able to be decorated, if you like. The outside's going to be brick, but I don't want the insides of the shops to be brick. They can be whatever they like. So we're going to kind of give it double width walls. And I don't know, just to help us think, I think we're going to also put this like this across here. Okay, so that's kind of a natural sort of endpoint there, isn't it? Let's just build this up a touch like that. Yeah. And so this would be like the shop. I think we do need to fill this in, yeah? What's underneath there? Oh, a little secret kind of hole. Yeah, I do think we just need to fill this over. Like I say, these places will probably, in all likelihood... Did we drink our potion? Let's have our drink potion of riches. That's going to help. It will, in all likelihood, have a kind of cellar. A basement, if you will. Because they usually do these old buildings. So hopefully we'll rediscover that little hole there. Alright, that's better, right? We can think here now, we can think. Now these front walls, I guess should be double kind of width, but yeah, let's just do it. Because they say we kind of want to decorate the insides of these. There's going to be houses above these shops, right? So they're probably going to want some kind of wallpaper or something like that. So let's give them that option. And we'll just make the walls double width. So yeah, let's just figure out basically now. This is all changeable, right? We're just kind of marking it out theoretically kind of right now. For yeah, because I'm thinking like they're going to have separate entrances. So like if this was a shop, for example, we'll probably have a window across here. And like a window with a doorway there. And then like another window across here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Bang. But again, these aren't going to be walls. This is just kind of to markate basically where the door will be. There'll be a little door here, I would imagine. And then there'll be like a little staircase that goes up. Kind of to the house there, yeah? But there would be a wall here actually, so I'll tell you what, let's just delete one of these. That's no problem. That would in theory be the exterior wall of this place, and there would be a kind of wall here which would separate the shop from the house building itself, and that would be the kind of shop area inside there. I think that's more than enough space in there, yeah, definitely. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I guess, right, we'd like to say it kind of steps up here, so if we're going to have the second one, it's probably going to come across here as well. Which is a little kind of problematic almost, but I don't think it's going to cause us major issues. But again, with here, let's just mark this one out. So that would be the wall. That's the external wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, bang, and there'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. A little doorway there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. It's actually kind of perfect, actually. We could have the wall right here. Okay, that actually worked out. I think that's a little sign from the universe. We could be on the right track here. Yeah, we will double check it. Just to make sure we can... Oh yeah, okay, so actually, see, we do need to double check it because this would be the staircase into the building, but that's kind of alright. Because it's a staircase anyway, it just means that they'll have one fewer step to climb. So that would be... And let's just check, how are we? I think we give this step like 3. We don't want it to be a tight little step there. I think that's enough there. I say we'll get some blocks down shortly as well. 1, 2, 3, and then this will be the kind of the proper kind of external wall, if you like. Yeah. Okay. All right. Excuse-moi. Oh yeah. So how many do you think we get across here? It's not important right now. If that's 2, or and again, there is. We're not going to worry about this right now, no. But let's just go and have a quick look here because there is this thing. So I am tempted to kind of keep this almost, but it's real hazard, right? It's really dangerous. But look at all this. Kind of cool, but I'm not sure how helpful it is. So it may well be that this kind of no longer becomes a bridge at some point, and we just have houses over here. And now these houses will have an extremely cool, if dangerous, secret in their basement. But I say that's actually for another stream, another day. Let's focus on the nice easy bit over here for now, I would say. Yeah, cool. Okay, so that's that. And again, this is the external wall proper of the first build. So let's just get this marked out as well. Start to make some sense of this landscape here, man. Okay. Yeah, let's just check it from the sky, make sure we got this right. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and a doorway for the upstairs kind of apartment, flat, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, and that's the first 2 plots, definitely. You say we don't really want to come back anymore because we want this to stay. I mean, in theory, these buildings could have like little extensions on the back. I'm not opposed because, you know, that'll be the shop front. They kind of need a little storeroom, yeah. So I'm not opposed to having like a little extension. Should we just temporarily kind of mark one out? I think we do need to fill this soil in. Let's do this. Hello, chicken. Oh, is that a little gift? Thank you. How are you doing? Don't worry, we'll leave you plenty of grass to forage upon. Yeah. Yeah, and if we just kind of like yeah, because the shop will come here and the shop will have access, I guess, underneath this bit, so they would have a bit of a storeroom. But yeah, let's just say for argument's sake we did want to bring it out some, probably just to there, right? And if we want an extra thick wall, we can always put one on the outside here. That's cool. Let's say not big place, I mean maybe a bit bigger than that. Let's actually let's not be too tight about this. Let's bring it out to here. Alright, and that's going to be confusing. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, okay, that kind of might work there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it'll be slightly different. Was it there? We drift past that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's quite exciting to be working on a little build. Bit of change. Oh, okay, so we're taking it out too far. Have a look. Yeah, I think we were right the first time. I think, like I say, we want to be able to walk behind here. So let's just actually leave that like that. Yeah, this would be like a little kind of little extension on the back that they've got. It's nice not just to have a total square, isn't it? So I think it'd be like that, and there'll be like a little gap. And again here, there'll be another little extension coming out here, which will leave us the room for the lava park, should we call it right now. Yeah, I think so. Let's do this. Okay. Yeah, I think that works for us. I think that works. So I'm not going to worry too much about the interior floor plan right now, just as long as it's kind of got enough space. I think that's perfect. It's big, I must admit, it's bigger than I kind of anticipated, but it's got double walls, right? And it is double use. Like I say, we've got a house with a flat. Just looking at it, maybe we could make him a bit smaller, you know. Let's just have a little think. Let's not rush. Listen to the music. Have a little think. Because almost like that's the trouble with Minecraft, right? I love Minecraft, but its scale is trying to get things kind of to scale. I'm almost thinking that, to be honest with you, it's not too late to change anything now. That we could just have a window of 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, because we definitely need 4 there, because we want a door. And I do like double doors. In theory, you could have a single door. Like old traditional buildings would have had a single door. Yeah, maybe we could have a single door. Maybe we could just have it 3. Let's just do this. Let's just try this, man. While we're at the planning stage, before we actually lay any blocks. I would like to be able to get more in here, because I've got quite a few ideas for nice little shops. And these are kind of bigger than I thought. I think we're so used to building big that we're kind of building big again, but I don't think that's what we're doing here. Yeah, so let's do this. That's okay, man. This is okay. Okay, so that would be the staircase right up. And again, I kind of want to leave them. I mean, it could be 2. Should we be really tight about this? Really Victorian about this? Because in my mind, right, I haven't got any reference pictures, nothing like that. We're just kind of building this from, like, you know, memory, I guess, or just from imagination, as it were. Let's just take this away from that. But I got a vague idea of, you know, I live in London, right? So, and there's a lot of these kind of style buildings, and they are pretty small. They're not huge like that. That was kind of perhaps a bit too big. We're going to have more contemporary style buildings going down that road there, so I think they can be bigger. Yeah, I think that feels a bit more natural, does that? But yeah, let's just delete some of what we've done here. That's cool. This is what it's all about, man. This is what we're here to do. Yeah, all that's fine like that. Excuse-moi. Yeah, and again, definitely the double walls. And again, it would be 3, I think, for the first window. And then 3 for the door. We'll just have a single door on these buildings. I do like building double doors, but this is a Victorian kind of building, and I think they would just have a single little door there. And that would be the wall between the shop and the house right there. 1, 2... we did 3, right, as well. So it's kind of like 3, 3, 3, 3. Oh, we did 2 with a tight little staircase for them. Yeah, that might work, yeah. So right there. Let's get rid of some of this grass. I have to do this as we go. There's going to be a lot of this. Grass deletion. This will be the external wall of the property, as it were. Not this. So you see, just by doing that, we've actually saved it significantly. So it's pretty significantly more narrow there, isn't it? I'd say that's pretty cool. I mean, there's no reason not to just build this section up to this. Yeah, just get rid of this completely. You should never be scared to change your mind. Not in real life, and certainly not in Minecraft. Okay. I mean, we can always bring this curb out a bit. It may be a bit tricky, a bit annoying with the road there, but I don't think it's a huge issue, that. For sure. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that does feel a bit better. This is the main external wall now, this one here. A little bit more dainty, a little bit more Victorian. And again, we're not going to change this right now, to be honest. We'll just leave that in place like that, because we'll decide on that in a little while. I mean, we could just delete this central section. It's kind of confusing. Yeah. Alright. And then this is the external wall right here. Yeah, so you're running past, right? The staircase to the house and the shop. Yeah, I think that's more than big enough, man. That's cool. Hello, you. And just a little corner here. Kind of left open. And like I said, there'll eventually, I suspect, there'll just be another building just here. And it will be a dinky little one, yeah. Not sure what we'll put in there just yet, but we'll figure that out. It'll be fun to figure that out. I think we're going to have like a chimney on these as well. So we'll probably want to put like a chimney stack on the side, right, coming out. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Like I say, we'll probably end up bringing this in somewhat on both sides. Let's do that now, man, just so we got a clearer picture of what this all means. Actually, that's kind of all right there. Let's just do this like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're slightly narrower, so we'll give them a slightly narrower extension. Plenty of space back up in here, right? Just for the kind of storage sort of area, as it were, right? So what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, and then let's just delete this. Okay, that's kind of working, I think. I think that's the basic floor plan for this thing. Yeah, okay. Alright, I think it's almost time to start laying some blocks, man. Say, this grass, should we just get rid of all this grass for now? Just help us visualize it all a little bit better. Yeah. All the grass from this first build. And you. Okay. Alright, let's have a little... I'm gonna have a sip of tea, man. And just have a look. This is the first section of the city that we ever built, was that junction right there. And we kind of set the road up way up west. Built a couple of bridges, but didn't build any buildings. Like I say, these are the first buildings that we built right here. And so we're going to kind of just let the city grow out from this point almost. I will build some skyscrapers. I've really got the bit between my teeth to build some skyscrapers. Now we've got like a financial district, kind of all that corner there really, sort of thing. So over there somewhere we'll end up building some skyscrapers. And I don't think that'll be very far away. I think once we're done with these little builds, we might, you know, want to do another huge one. And that's what, you can't really get much bigger than a skyscraper, can you? So that might be a good way to go. But for now, should we keep our heads on the mission here? So these are, I think we only need one notch here, just to signify where the kind of window gaps are at. I say this will probably just be, to be honest with you, one thick here. Let's just do this like this here. 2 thick walls, 1 thick window. Yeah, just like that. Alright, I think we can start getting some blocks in. I think I'm happy that that is indeed going to be the size and shape of them. I mean, you could go really narrow, right? And I suppose we will build some really narrow terraces. But these are going to be shops and houses, so I just think these need to be a bit bigger. Like if you're just building a real narrow sort of Victorian house, I think even just ending it there would be good enough. And we will certainly do some stuff like that. Not here. Yeah, let's do this. Let's start getting some blocks in. I'm really kind of sort of happy with this. We'll get some foundations in. Let's again just chill and have a look at our inventory. And get some bricks. Those are the bricks we've used. We're not going to go for those. We're going to go for the more Minecrafty bricks, which are down here. And they're not official Minecraft bricks, these, you see, because we've modded the official Minecraft bricks to be bigger like this. But I think this does us, right? That's a kind of a decent alternative, is that. And the other thing I just think is going to help us visualize, if we get some steps in, the steps that go up to the kind of flat above. There we go. What about just calcite brick steps? And again, all this could be subject to change. The bricks will stay. The steps will be white, I'm saying, but not necessarily calcite bricks. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, that's the external wall. That's the wall between there, and like I say, I guess it's kind of like that. Now, I don't know if I want the steps coming right out onto the road like this. I mean, to be honest, we probably do. Probably do. I think we do it like this. That is kind of how they done it. It's not how I would build a house these days in this modern day, but that is kind of how they did it back then. Yeah, 2 steps, maybe 3. Again, subject to change, but for now, I think that's good enough. And let's dig a bit of a foundation. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a wall here like this, right? And again, we're going to have glass here, so we may well swap this brick out if we feel we need to, but for now we'll stick that in. This is the edge, and to be honest with you, the brick only needs to go like on the outside, because whatever's on the inside will be whatever's cladding the inside of the shop kind of walls. So, you know, the walls will technically be 1 thick and 1 layer is kind of wallpaper or plaster, you know, all that kind of stuff. However you want to think about it. Yeah, so again, we haven't made them double here, but it's alright, we can imagine, yeah? Yeah, I think I might actually just take it out separately. Yeah. Excuse me. And in theory, right, I hadn't really thought about it, but the dividing wall, if you like, between the buildings should be 3, shouldn't they? Because they'll both want wallpaper on either side. So we might have to adjust this kind of floor planning once again. But this is exactly what this stream's about, man. This is what this early planning stage is about. Just making sure we don't make mistakes like that with blocks and that we do it with the shovel. That makes it all much easier. Yeah. Yeah, just like that. Okay, and now this one. I'm actually glad it kind of works out a bit better. Let's have a look. Oh man, that doesn't work out better. Okay, so what was that? One of these grey bricks. Let's just fix that straight away because that's going to get on my nuts. I don't know if they're called grey. Let's have a look. Oh, it'd probably be grey with an A, won't it? Okay, so what was that? One of these grey bricks. Let's just fix that straight away because that's going to get on my nuts. I don't know if they're called grey. Is it a look? Oh, it'd probably be grey with an A, won't it? 'Cause probably be grey with an A. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, there we go. Probably worth keeping one of these on our inventory. I doubt that'll be the last time we do something like that. But yeah, it kind of works out better, look, because now this is the wall. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, it's kind of what this is all about. Yeah, because I don't want the interior of these, we can fly please? The interiors of these walls to just be brick, or to be limited to just being brick. I don't think that's necessarily going to work. Yeah, let's just have a look. Because they'll want some wallpaper on the inside. This will be like a hallway, right? You'll come up, there'll be a double door here. A little hallway here. It's probably to another staircase, which will lead you up to their actual floor. So, yeah, definitely just one little layer of brick here. And that's the kind of shop right there. And we'll have a little door here for the shop, yeah. And just some glass on the front, because you want to be able to see him when you're walking past, don't you? I think we'll build this up by one. Let's have a look. They can actually kind of get some kind of railing on the side of here now, can't you? So it probably won't be brick, but we're going to put brick there just temporarily. And we can swap that out later. And there will be, like say, it's not going to be glass to the floor. I think there'll definitely be like one block at the bottom. What that block is probably not going to be brick. Alright. Let's just get our fingers warmed up. It's early stream, early stream. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think so. And I am thinking maybe the extension on the back, as opposed to having different coloured bricks on the different houses at the front. Maybe the extension at the back could be like in a slightly different colour brick or something like that, right? We'll see, just to kind of mix it all up a little bit. Not too different, like maybe a brown brick or something like that. Yeah, that kind of works for us. Like I say, I do like to get a bit more shape usually. You know, like maybe cut a notch out of here or something. And I mean, indeed, in theory, perhaps we could do that, just so we can get a kind of slightly taller build. I mean, perhaps we will. Perhaps we will do that. I mean, just on this end one, just for a matter of interest. And like, if we just say, if we use like a temporary block for now, one that isn't the same as the pavement, because that'll just kind of confuse us. Let's just get another bit of stone, one that we might use. Like, yeah, not wood. I don't think we're gonna have many wooden buildings around here. Let's just say, imagine that it's right now. This would be like another building coming out. Right up to the curb, I guess, for now. And again, we're not building this now. This isn't part of this structure, but getting an idea for kind of what we might do, just to make the corner of this building a little bit more interesting. And kind of have them join up, if you like, yeah. Alright. Yeah, I kind of like that. I'm making it up as we go along here. That's how I kind of like to build. So that'd be a totally different build. And this would be like the Victorian building. And they won't all have this problem, just this end one. And again, just marking there, just so we know kind of basically where the kind of wallpaper will be. Yeah, I kind of like that. So that'll be kind of, that gives that build, it's a bit too narrow, isn't it? Having it like 5 wide. That's kind of a bit more reasonable there, man. Alright, yeah, that's feeling good. I think we'll just use this ordinary red stained brick for now for this extension area as well. And to be honest with you, I'm quite happy with these. Oh, let's have a look what we've done there. Okay, so no, actually, that's not really necessary. It kind of goes right out to here. What have we got here? Yes, actually maybe that was sort of necessary. This is indeed where that extension ends, just like that. Okay, let's just make this a little bit more sensible there. Alright. The little donkey, hello. Yeah, and again, this is the extension for next door, but we will be laying out the floor plan for this next door building as well. Let's just do this back bit for now, like that. Yeah, so it just gives them a bit of extra space, doesn't it? For the, I mean, I don't know where the door's going to be, but let's just sort of say it's there. Yeah, okay, so that's it, man. I do like the idea of building the extension out a slightly different brick. Again, just a narrow little door for a Victorian shop here. We do reserve the right to change that if we like. But I think I want the windows to be symmetrical. It's going to be like 3 panes of glass, probably something as a beam coming up through the window here, and then probably panes of glass on each side of the door. And again there, a beam, 3 panes of glass. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's just think about this actually for 1 second. We might actually take this wall out by 1. Because think about it, this is why we mark the wallpaper. This wall is also going to want to be sort of like wallpaper clad, if you like. So actually, it would be like 1, 2, 3. There's the beam. And it'd be like... There's the door. 1, 2, 3, beam 1. And then another beam there. Let's just leave the doorway like that for now. It'll just help us kind of think. And then so it'll be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I think we do indeed. Niet problemskis. This is why it's kind of handy sometimes, I think, to leave a little bit of space on the side. Certainly if you don't know exactly what your design's going to look like, right? There we go. I think that's it. I think we've cracked that now. All right. Well, I think we've run out of potion. And again, just mark out the wallpaper. It just makes it a lot easier for us to make sure we've got this right, man. Yeah, that'll be the windows. 1, 2, 3, beam, glass, glass, beam. 1, 2, 3, and the extra kind of external wall, if you like. So then. Start building these walls up, man. Let's start building an actual building here. Start get it moving. I'm 99% sure now that this is indeed the right kind of size that we've made all this. Let's have a little swig of our potion. Let's have a little swig of tea while we do it. Hello, donkey. How you doing? Right, so we've already got a little space here now for another build. I would be tempted. We may well find, like you say, at some point during these streams, building these things, that we do indeed extend this road out somewhat, at least to kind of hear where it's going to have to turn. Just so we can kind of visualize it all a little bit better, sort of thing. Yeah, give it a bit more of a finished kind of feel, if you like. Yeah, man, that's cool. And again, we'll just leave the this rear piece here, this kind of like extension, if you like, just low down like that for now. Just so we know it's there, but we're not kind of worried about that right now. I'm not really sure until the builds up how tall this house is, you know, where the windows are and stuff like that, exactly how high we're going to make that. But it's only going to be one kind of floor. It's just literally like a little extension on the back. A little storeroom, perhaps. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we'll use this polished diorite for now, just to kind of markate that this is kind of next door's wall, if you like. Now, we'll definitely make this a bit better. We're probably going to give them some kind of like handrail or something like that. Yeah, so kind of like that, I guess. But probably not there, you see, because like you say, just give it a little vibe of a kind of it being a staircase. Yeah, because I don't think you want them having to go up any more than that. I think that's kind of enough, right? We'll make it a bit solid there, like that. And kind of all this bit will be the shop, right? So we can probably take that away. Let's have a little fly. Yeah, in fact, maybe we'll just leave that there. It's kind of extra, just in case we, you know, so like you have to come out and here. And again, it's just a little storeroom or a little kind of cubby hole almost for the store. Oh, this is going to be glass, right? So let's just put those where the beams will be. I mean, I think what we'll do is actually put these where the beams will be. Let's figure out how high we're going to have these windows. A little temporary building block up in here. Yeah, not that one. Just those two central ones, huh? Alright. I kind of love this phase of building. I won't lie, I go all quiet sometimes, yeah, just kind of enjoying the vibe, man, just enjoying the build. I love the way that they build sometimes, just kind of organically grow. We have to like plan a lot of it, yeah, you have to plan out your floor space, make sure you got the dimensions right and stuff, but the building itself, we just kind of like do it kind of ad hoc almost. It just kind of grows up now, and we'll see how it all ends up. Excuse me. So yeah, there's that kind of basic shop here. Like that, and again this bit here will be kind of glass also, but we just leave the bits that are going to be glass kind of empty for now. That's kind of quite alright, that. Yeah, so now we kind of just need to decide on the kind of height of this. We'll decide on the height and then kind of like decide on the kind of the trimmings later, exactly like windows that are higher up from this, where they're going to go, what they're going to look like. Maybe 2, maybe 3. I don't think we'll have big windows. Maybe a bay window. You just don't know. Like I say, it's all kind of happens organically from this point on. You see, the inside of this thing, you do kind of want internal walls. I do think having this one here was a good idea. You kind of want a little bit of shape to the building almost. And this is going to be, indeed, this is going to be like their hallway. There'll be like a front door here, yeah? Maybe another step, right? You kind of come up onto like a flat bit. Let's get some calcite. And I do strongly suspect we'll probably swap at least some of this calcite out for something a bit smoother. But for now, it just helps us visualize what's going to happen here. Like there, for example, right? And again, with this diorite, this is probably very likely not to stay. It's just to help us separate the house section of the building from the kind of shop section of the building, if you like. So again, I just think maybe one more step, because they're going to need to climb. I don't want it to feel like a mountain from the street. Like you go up there and then the front door will be right there. Yeah, kind of just like that. So let's take these up as well. Okay, let's give this thing a bit more height and see where we go with it. See what happens. I definitely think the top part of it will be different to the bottom part. I think that's probably high enough for the windows. Let's have a look. Like we'll have brick on the sidewall, on the kind of gable end, if you like, yeah, for sure. But the kind of top floor, I think on this first one will be brick, just to kind of establish the design. But as we go along the road, we'll definitely mix it up so they're not all just the same. I don't want it to look the same. I want them to be the same shape, but not necessarily look the exact same, right? Alright. Get on our feet. Okay. So yeah, that's like the external wall. So again, we might have to kind of reevaluate this little shape, but we'll kind of do that in a second. Okay. What I do know is that this shop, above it there, will have, and I say it doesn't look great at the moment, no, but it will. These are temporary. But it is definitely going to just be on the front like this, straight on the front like this. And above it, it will have like, let's take it up by one more. The shop name and stuff, right? So there'll be like a section. Let's have a look. Make these windows one lower. And I think we'll just get our trapdoors in. Just again a temporary kind of marker, just to show where the shop sign will be. And I think this will be a corner shop, so I don't know what's a good colour for a corner shop. Something different, man. Something cyan. Just for now. Oh, I didn't really mean to destroy that. So I'll just stick that in there. Yeah, kind of just like that, yeah. I mean, considering having them too high, and you can just imagine that that sort of says, you know, OG's Butchers, or something like that. And we're definitely going to have a bit that comes out, make it look a bit fancier. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling already kind of there, in a way, should be the window. And if it was there, then it would be here. Have a look. Yeah, just two windows, and we'll probably get some like kind of fancy sort of design in the center there or something. Okay, I think we've kind of got almost. Yeah, our basic sort of shape there now. Let's have a look. We can kind of get the first sort of floor in as well. Let's get a move on with this. I really kind of want to get the bones of this thing in place in this stream, absolutely. And we're definitely going to make fancy windows, you know, not just going to look like this. Yeah, I think so. Just kind of like that. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I definitely think they're going to go up another floor. I am almost thinking that the windows probably should just be in line with the outside of that, and then maybe just have another one in the center. Have a look. Let's have a little play with that. No stress. I don't have to have like, and then have like a kind of higher window in the center. You know, with a fancy sort of triangular kind of thing above the top of it or something. Let's get our fingers on straight. Now I don't want these to be too high, because like you say, that haberdashery there definitely needs to be the main event on the street almost. I definitely think that's kind of high enough. And that's basically the bones of it, right there. And we'll have some fancy bits above the window here. Fancy bit above the window here that kind of comes out almost into the roof. And the roof will be here. Let's have a look. I think we'll put the first floor in on the inside, yeah. And again, these blocks are subject to change. This is like the test house. Right, we're just kind of building a kind of test house right now. Yeah, let's just build a good old-fashioned... Could use the strip spruce. Good old-fashioned beamed floor. Certainly for now. And you'll be able to clad it on either side, really. Yeah, we don't really want it to be nether materials. I just think of something more traditional. Probably just a strip spruce there, like that. Get this kind of first floor in. I mean, I might take these windows off just by one, purely so that we can clad the building on both sides. Let's see how that looks from outside. And then in theory, if that's the case, we could kind of have the floor here. That kind of does feel a bit better. Let's just make sure these windows feel big enough from outside. These ones, let's go up. Yeah, I think so. Again, though, I just think this one needs to go up. I think this top brick here will be the one from which the roof kind of comes, if you like. This will be it, no higher than this. I think this is the height of the walls right there. And then it's the roof. And again, we can make this front of the side of this a bit more interesting. We'll stick a little chimney stack going up there. It's definitely going to have a chimney. A good old-fashioned Victorian chimney on all these. Each of them will have a chimney. There'll be a line of chimneys going along. And I don't think any windows on this gable end. We could change our minds on that. But I honestly just think like a solid kind of wall here. We may well end up like planting a tree here or something. Maybe a couple of trees. There are not many trees in this city. We need to change that. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the basic bones of our Victorian kind of house right there. There's the shop. There's the entrance into the house. I think we need to continue with the floor here because we want to kind of see how high we need to take these stairs. Yeah, look up by a couple it seems. Yeah, I think this spruce will stay. I think this is our basic floor beam. Right here. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I mean it's undecided if that'll be a wall, not a floor there. Alright. I can hear zombies, man. I don't know where they are. Probably underground somewhere. We've kind of blocked off a few little areas, haven't we? So it won't surprise me if there's some zombies under there. Alright, there's our first floor. Yeah, we'll stick something in between those, of course. Nice and chill, this, man. Definitely going to be some windows in here, right? No doubt. I think we'll just put the brick in for now and knock the windows out from the inside wherever we feel that they're kind of necessary. This building down here, I don't think is going to be very tall. I think these ones here will probably just be like 1 story high. Not necessarily guaranteed, but I think so. Like you say, I want a kind of nice height variety in the city. It's going to be an old city in my mind, like, you know, a bit like London, like it's got old buildings, it's got new buildings, like all kind of squashed in next to each other. Yeah, I mean, certainly here, there's definitely a window. Let's have a look in there. Yeah, room for the wallpaper. The wall block, you'd have to say, wouldn't you? This is Minecraft. Like little narrow windows, to be honest. That's kind of the vibe, isn't it, in Victorian sort of buildings. Yeah, like I say, we'll decide on the windows shortly. We'll get a bit more of the floor in, and some of this area will be consumed by the staircase that goes up to the I mean, this is the flat. This is actually what am I saying? This is the flat, so no, it won't. Like the staircase will come up here. The front door will kind of be here. Probably put some internal walls in, right? But again, we'll decide that later. Let's just get the kind of main structure up first. Hello, sheep. What are you doing up here? I don't know why I found that quite comical. You're getting in my way, man. I'm supposed to be building there. I can no longer build there. What are you doing to us? Yeah, again, so we've decided, I definitely think there will be a window here, but let's just build the wall up for now. Let's make sure that sheep can't, yeah, no, she's gone away, that's good. Right, what have we done away from there? 2 away from there. I mean, it'd probably be 1 there, but it's not guaranteed. Okay. Yeah, let's just not like concern ourselves with that right this second. But what we could concern ourselves with, actually, this could be a beam here. Let's just do that for now, just so we can kind of continue the pattern and get this one in. Yeah, kind of like that. Like I say, we'll probably swap some of these out to make it kind of internal solid wall pretty soon. To be honest, I quite like that combo, you know, the diorite with the calcite. It kind of might sort of stay. Feels very Victorian to me, does that? Oh, that wasn't what we were going for. Yeah, alright, let's take our time. Let's not try and do it like that. Let's just do it like this. And it's undecided, like I say, exactly how the inside of this is going to be laid out. All kind of very much depends on just basically how we feel. Where's the best place for a staircase? Because it will have another floor, but it'll kind of be almost an attic kind of floor, right? So yeah, so kind of like that. I guess it would sort of almost have to be here in many ways. I think that's okay. Yeah, even here, I think we've got room. Yeah, maybe we will change this up just a touch. In theory, like I say, I could have set these houses back a bit. It would have made making the front porch a little bit easier, because like if you've got space to build a porch here and start the wall there, you can have like a like an external staircase almost. But that wasn't what we're going for here. It's almost like this was one big building in the past and they've kind of been separated over the years. And now this is a different building altogether, sort of thing. Yeah, let's and again, we're going to have like a more decorative finish to this. I think like a triangle kind of doorway going there, right, with something nice. So like nothing what we do here is going to be visible. That's just literally the bones of the building, is that. Kind of doesn't make sense almost now, because I must admit we kind of had like forgotten about this bit here when we were doing these windows here. So let's just reevaluate this. Maybe we can make these ones 3 wide. Fill this one out a touch. And like I say, that will remain a wall there. Let's just have a look. See what we feel. No, I kind of preferred it. It's just too wide. Worth trying, worth trying. Two and two. Yeah. And in theory we will put probably, I don't know, I guess that can stay. It's a little bit odd, isn't it? But we'll decide on that shortly, man. We'll decide on that shortly. Let's just build that up like that and get a step in here. So yeah, I figured we'd need some more steps up here. I think we'll probably step to there, like that. And this is kind of where you come in. Just there. And so therefore yeah, kind of just like that. Excuse me. And if you can just imagine, let's do this brick up to there. Because again, it's not going to be one big open space. It's not like a modern apartment or one open space. We're going to have internal walls here. We just we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, sort of doing that now almost. But quite nice to try it out, isn't it? I'd actually just try these across here. But I do like the kind of vibe. And we're going to have carpets and stuff like that down. Nice to be able to get on our feet in here. Yeah, like I said, I'm not kind of convinced by this almost. But that's going to be like more of a triangular sort of situation. Might end up having up here like a totally separate kind of window that's not kind of related to those. But is much smaller and kind of offset. Yeah, sort of like that. That's the kind of doorway with a little window up above it. Maybe we don't even have a window and it's just brick. I mean, who knows? Let's fill that out and see how that. So once we've got the second one up next door, we'll get an idea if that feels sort of cursed or not. By the time we've put our little parapets across there, we'll put a windowsill there, and there'll probably be like a parapet coming across from there, just to kind of break up that wall a touch. And let's try that now. I mean, we're not really decorating the building right now. It is going to help us. Okay, we've got the diorite. Again, we kind of used that. Don't want it to be the exact same design as the haberdashery over there. So let's just try an underside parapet. Probably there. Again, it'll go right across to the next building. Almost, you know, like they're one kind of thing, yeah? And whether or not they'll stay there like that, I'm not sure. And it'll just go this far until we hit like a chimney stack. We could kind of put a chimney stack in right now. That will help us build the roof. Let's have a count of this. So what did we do there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Now let's just take it 6 from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think that kind of feels good enough for his chimney. I think if we took it in by one more on either side, that would be too narrow. So kind of we don't really have an option. That is how wide the chimney would be. See how it kind of grows organically? This is kind of what I was saying. And then this will be the chimney here. Rising nicely above the roof. Not sure by how much just yet. But that'll do for now. And it kind of comes down, doesn't it? And in my mind it kind of widens out at some point. And that's where we'll have a little fireplace on the inside, just there. Kind of dictates to us, doesn't it? I think in the shop it'll be a decommissioned fireplace, but I think up there, let's have a look. Yeah, we can have a 2 wide fireplace up in the apartment, and that'd be perfect. Yeah, I think so. That's pretty cool. Just like that. Again, we'll stick some steps on there. Let's just soften that corner up later. That's very much decoration. I think so. I think that is almost the bones of it. And I think we do just leave that brick. I think it kind of makes sense. It's nice to get a bit of natural light in here, but not really necessary. There'll be a wall here. And I guess, in theory, it should be brick on the exterior at least, shouldn't it? And we'll probably have access to this area. Have a look. Like I say, that's kind of a wasted space, which I'm not massively keen on. But I think we'll do something with it. Probably put a ceiling in here and give this access from somewhere. Yeah, I think so. So you come in here, this is like your front door. You know, there'll be another layer of wall there, which will be, you know, whatever wallpaper it is that you've chosen. It's almost like a corridor, isn't it? So we're going to have a double front door. That's kind of for sure. I kind of like the double doors, yeah. But from this point on, it'll just be wallpaper. A little hallway here, and then coming through into the main house there. I don't really want too much of a hallway. They say could have like a reception room here almost. You know, like you can take your shoes off. It's all muddy in the Victorian times, right? Like you have an umbrella stand. I think we'll just take that in by one. Oh, we'll go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just have a feel for this, man. Yeah, no doorway there. I wouldn't have said. That will be a different room, like almost like a kitchen or something. Yeah. Also does feel like we can have 2 floors up here. I didn't actually realise that that might be the case. Like almost if we made the windows a bit smaller. Because you really don't have high ceilings in Victorian buildings, right? Not really a thing. What are we on? Yeah, probably just follow the miss hits here, right? Again, it's pretty late. This is my second stream today. We finished that builder's yard. We didn't finish it off yesterday. There we go. Didn't finish it off yesterday, so I felt compelled to finish it off today. And we did. We finished it off earlier today. Like I say, so this is a kind of a second stream and a much later stream, but we're alright, man. We're good. I do kind of like that for a floor. It's almost like the beams and they've been filled out underneath here. Like I say, from the underneath, we'll decide. Let's have a look in the shop. Okay, so yeah, we'll be getting zombies in here, won't we? Should we get a light solution in here? Again, we always go to our trusty lantern for a light solution. Okay, we don't really need the e-chest on our inventory, do we? Yeah, we'll just stick a few of these dotted around the place for now. I'm gonna have to discover where those mobs are just to kind of like make them not be there, right? We'll have to decide what we're going to do for a ceiling in here. In theory, we could make those like half blocks and have it like a beamed ceiling, and if we want to do that, we will. Or we could just clad the thing. I mean, indeed, like I say, Victorians don't have high ceilings, so in theory you could clad the whole thing with a full block. I mean, that wouldn't be a problem. You wouldn't want to use this block, but that still feels like a kind of Victorian height ceiling to me. It's nice to have options. And again, there'll be glass here. Glass in there. Yeah, that's kind of working. This is your little secret doorway up into your flat. I mean, almost, to be honest with you, yeah, we could have not had this, do this here. And then we would have more space in this little bit here. I kind of felt you should almost have a landing, right? I don't just want a real steep staircase up to the building. Oh, to be honest with you, I think we have made a mistake. This bit definitely doesn't need to do that. We can just do this like this. And then, like, have the landing. You know, it's a kind of steep staircase here. You want somewhere to have a little rest on your way up. And then bang, it's the door. Ideally, we wouldn't have had quite so many steps. But kind of it is just function of the design. It's alright. And there's our door. Yeah, so I do see, like you say, there's going to be like an attic space in here. I'll wait until we kind of get the roof on. So there'll probably be another staircase somewhere. Probably. Let's have a look. I'm not working on the interior right now. But you'll come in, and I definitely feel that you're going to want to separate the wall out here somewhat. Maybe have a staircase here. And there's like a sitting room here, like a kitchen there. Staircase here. Probably like an office space there. And maybe your bedrooms are up in the attic. Yeah, that would kind of make sense. Let's I don't really want to commit to anything like that, to be honest, right now. But I think we will build a little staircase just to give ourselves an idea of how that might go. It's supposed to feel pokey. Like I say, this is not a modern open plan. If I was building my own building, of course it would be like really cool and open plan, yeah, but this is a Victorian terrace. I think we'll just use the spruce. We've used the spruce in the floor. And so we'll just use the spruce for a kind of temporary sort of staircase here. Yeah, they're going to be like sloped roofs, so I think the staircase is going to have to go this way. Otherwise you're going to be like coming out the top of the staircase. Like directly to the roof. Again, there's going to be wallpaper potentially on this wall, so the staircase will kind of be here. Just have a feel. Yeah, I think so. I think that's pretty cool. It's probably easier to do it like this, yeah. And I think this will be the floor. So let's kind of get the top floor in now as well. Kind of making some progress here. Yeah, maybe one more step actually. I'm not sure, like I say, until we get the roof on, we can't be 100% sure. So I'm not going to actually build the entire top floor here. We do want it to be the same, so we'll do it from this side. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that. Yeah, you don't want to take too much thing off your sitting room, do you? So I just think a wall here, like this. And again, in theory, this probably won't be made out of brick. We'll probably swap this brick out for something that's kind of like a bit more decorative. We'll decide on that later. Yeah. So like a sitting room. I almost want to split it in half again, almost, you know. Like we want to have a wall almost across here. Maybe that is a bedroom or something. And maybe the door isn't there, and that's just a wall, and the door is like here. But you definitely would have your sitting room there, wouldn't you? So let's take that one away. All right. Let's fly. Yeah, because maybe, like I'm saying, we'll put a floor there, because we may actually just make a wall there. That might actually just be two sort of rooms. And I say we're not necessarily doing the interior like that. Just a second. Let's just see what we can feel. Yeah, like you come in, right? It's a flat. Yeah, it's not a house. Like say, this is kind of a house in total, right? This kind of floor, in theory, should have your kitchen, your bathroom, and your bedrooms like all in one. Yeah, in theory, that's like the bathroom for me almost, right at the bottom of the stairs. You know, this is just an entrance hall. And again, we probably will have some kind of access. I don't know if to leave this open. I think we probably will end up leaving it open. Where's the floor? The floor's kind of right there. So that would be wood, that would be wood. Bang, bang. This is temporary. This is just a kind of little tester, just to see how this feels. They say when you got the attic in place, it'll all kind of make more sense. When you got the roof, sorry, in place, it'll all kind of make more sense, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, either way, I think this probably not the wall. Right, should we get some light down there? I got a sneaky suspicion it's going to be pretty dark down here. Oh, that's not too bad, is it? Yes, I almost do want to keep this open, almost like it is one big open sitting room. But in theory, right, what you would do in a Victorian house is there's just walls everywhere, isn't there? There'd be like a wall here. And maybe with like, this would be split into two rooms almost. If you've got a flat, like this would be a bedroom. This would be a sitting room. That might be your kitchen. That would be a bathroom. It'd just be a one bed. And like over time, they've extended the attic, right, to give you plenty more space up in here. Like I say, none of this is actually set in stone, but I am actually pleased with the way it's going. I'm just undecided on how pokey I want to make it feel. If we want to make it feel a bit more open, or if we really do want to kind of close it off proper Victorian style. I'm kind of thinking it's a bit of both sort of ways almost, because like, it's a Victorian building, but you know, over time people have kind of changed it. They've come in and knocked walls down, adjusted the design somewhat. So really, in theory, the interiors of all of them can kind of be slightly different. And of course this one is different because we've got that notch taken out of it there. And the other ones won't have that. They'll be a little bit more squarer. Okay. Yeah, I almost feel that should kind of go across like that almost. Like this is like a cross beam. Yeah. Again, that's going to be wall. And again, in theory, you want to wallpaper the inside of these walls too, but I may well find that this interior wall won't be made of brick. Like you say, that's just telling you where the wall will be. But we can kind of like put another block on the outside of here, which would be the decoration for the outside here. And then swap this out completely, right? This one can't be swapped out. Or that one, to be fair. So it would be a lot smaller in there. Let's have a look. Yeah, this one could be swapped out, you see. But really not kind of this one. Yeah, I am liking the feel actually. It's pretty cool. I think it's alright. Give it a bit more natural light coming up in here. Yeah, because I'm also thinking this doesn't necessarily need to be quite this wide. I mean, we could always bring this wall out just by one more. Doesn't really matter where it meets the floor, to be honest. It's not a huge concern. Again, that would kind of be wallpapered there. Give us a bit more space in here. Excuse me. I'm tempted to leave that bit like that for now, just so at least so we know for now that that's the bit that's outside. Like you say, it's that's definitely all good for now. Just put some lights up in here. Pick some lights up in here. Just little temporary ones there. Just stop the mobs coming in, huh? Yeah, let's just have a little feel, right? You come in, you wipe your boots. I'm almost feeling that's the staircase. I definitely think that'd be a little bathroom. And again, the stairway will have. Yeah, but actually, perhaps we shouldn't have taken that in, but anyway. I'm just thinking we're going to have a little banister on the side of it. And in theory, you want this to be wallpapered there, so apologies. But we are going to put this back the way it was. Yeah. Don't really necessarily need a whole lot of space in there. We'll see how that works out. Like I say, getting a bit caught up in the details, but actually that feels better. That feels better. You come in, there's a staircase there, right? I definitely feel we need a kind of wall across here, and I think the doorway into this little sort of like room, whatever it is there, and there's kind of two separate rooms here almost. You know, it's a little small pokey flat with little small pokey rooms, proper Victorian style. Yeah, like there I'd say. Maybe even there. They say these walls will not be brick. This is just temporarily brick for now. So we'll make it whatever we want to make it, yeah? And when we're decorating the inside, we can swap the interior walls out for kind of anything. Yeah, so almost like let's have a look. I kind of want to make the walls out of something else right now, almost. Just so it's not quite so confusing, but I don't think it's that confusing. I think we're alright just sticking with the brick. I mean, we could use the grey brick for the interior walls, huh? I say, I won't necessarily need wallpapering on both sides. You know, if we haven't got room, they'll have the same kind of design on both sides. That's alright. I mean, it's strange to our modern sensibilities, isn't it, to actually have a front door, like a door into your sitting room. Like all buildings now, they're kind of like open plan, aren't they? You come in and everything's open. That's because people have knocked walls down, right? But in reality, I think this is kind of how it was. I mean, almost this wall now is superfluous. You could have this be a room, yeah. And that would be one little bedroom. That would be the big master bedroom. That would probably be like the kitchen, I'm guessing. Yeah. Like I say, there's no actual technical sort of sitting room, so like in theory that could be a sitting room. That could be the master bedroom. He says, tiny little master bedroom, yeah. That could be the kitchen, yeah. And that would be the bathroom. Like I say, we have had an extension done. We've had the attic chopped out. I definitely think this is going to need to be a little bit higher, this chimney. And so there's plenty of space for proper bedrooms and that up there. But I kind of like the pokey vibe. This is exactly what I think of when I think of a Victorian building. We don't really necessarily have this big kind of hallway area. I'm not like I say, we decide on all that actually when we're, you know, when we're decorating. But yeah, I think we've got the bones of it. We've got a couple of bedrooms. We've got a bathroom. We've got a kitchen. Oh, sorry, I only got one bedroom right at the moment. Look at that. Yeah. And the other thing we could do, yeah. Have a little look. Is have the staircase go up there, and then you could have this as your sitting room right here. Sitting room, right, with the kitchen coming off of it. I think that might make more sense for us. Yeah, let's try that, man. Let's try that just quickly. Got the stairs in our hands. I think that's a sign from the universe saying, yeah, change those stairs up a bit, and that's what's causing you your little problem. And again, we'll have to change the floor. That's no big deal. So again, like that doesn't necessarily, that will be floor there, so that could be a staircase right there. And we'll change this doorway up here, right? Let's open it up a touch in here, lad. Yeah, okay, I'm sort of feeling that a little bit better. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, actually I think that would be the doorway there. And there would actually be a wall kind of here, I would say. Yeah, that feels a bit better. You come into like a hallway almost, don't you? Yeah, I've kind of left it one wide because again these walls will change. We'll put like more interior type walls here. We're just kind of getting the basic shape of this now. It's starting to actually come together now. Yeah, see, I'm thinking like this could be sitting room, you know, with a kitchen kind of coming off of it almost. You say designed to be sort of firmed up later on, but that would kind of work. And then this could be bedroom. That could be the bathroom. And again, I think from now on we probably will make these interior walls just out of this grey stuff, just to make it a little bit easier to differentiate what's the external wall here and what, you know, what we can knock down without any trouble. Right, so you come in and like you say, you could easily separate these two areas any way you wanted, yeah. So let's probably just leave the lights randomly, well, one of them there, randomly there like that. And if you did have the door, you don't want the door right in front of the front door now. So I was just thinking you come in, alright to have the door a little bit on the side there almost, isn't it? And kind of have an interior wall sort of here. And then you've got a little bit more usable space. And I think these would be your bedrooms at the back of the building. Yeah, and again we'll just swap this one out just whilst we're here. That'd be one bedroom. That'd be two bedrooms. They're just small little bedrooms, right? And that's why we've extended up into the attic up there, yeah. And that, in theory, he says that's like 3 bedrooms. That's almost like too much. So that would be the bathroom, and this would be the sitting room. Let's just do that for now. That would be sitting room with a little kitchen next to it. Yeah, okay, so that's it. I think that's the basic plan. That feels very small and very Victorian to me. Indeed. And I think, like you say, in theory, what we'll probably do is wallpaper, as it were, like say put a block out here, maybe try and increase the inside of these by 1 block if we can. But I think that's it. That's finally it. We've got an actual proper hallway. I think the staircase was on the wrong side. And now I think that's it. I think that's perfect. Oh, let's just fix this floor up a touch here, man. Yeah, let's have a little potion of reaching. And a little fly. Kind of cross beam there going across the building. almost want it to sort of... I'll tell you what, we could use the these ones, can't we? Let's actually just use... Yeah, let's just use that one there. Yeah, just like that. Okay. Okay, we're actually getting somewhere now. We're actually starting to feel the vibe of this now. Actually, perhaps we do swap that out anyway. Yeah, beautiful, man. Let's get some lights. Yeah, I think we're all good in here. Yeah, I think the doors are just one. Yeah, this is it. This is kind of how it feels in a Victorian house. Like really small. Like say this will just share a kind of a decor, I think, just purely just set for us to save space. In theory I want the walls too thick, but you can't really have all your interior walls too thick. Because it makes your doorways look weird, doesn't it, anyway? So yeah, little bathroom, 2 bedrooms. And they're both actually pretty much the same size, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 by 4. Little small Victorian bathrooms. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that one's even smaller. So this in theory would be your master bedroom. I mean, there's nothing stopping us, you know. Just so we got a bit more space on the inside, taking the back of the house out by one more. I think we may well just do that. Just so that we've got like a bit more space inside those bedrooms. I think that is the way to do it. A little bit of humming and hawing, and like I say, but this is exactly what this first build is about. Like I say, all the other ones will have the floor plan in place, so we won't have to do all this kind of like deciding and changing. The only thing we have to decide is exactly how we want to decorate the insides, and that's kind of the fun bit, huh? Yeah, I think so, man. Give us all a bit more space all round. Yeah, actually, let's just build this up before we destroy this. Keep the windows basically in the same place. Not that it kind of matters at this point. It's kind of easier to build actually with this wall in place. We won't want another window there anyway, to be honest, for the other bedroom. Yeah, I think this was a good call. I think just widening the house just by one, if only it was as easy in real life, yeah, that would be something. Just widen the entire house by one, and we kind of like give ourselves a half decent little bedrooms in here. And we'll fix the floors later. Let's just get these bricks like out for now. Let's just keep our finger on this. Let's just do this wholesale, man. Whoa, nice. So a little bit of messing around there, no doubt, but I think we've ultimately come up with the right decision there. That was good. not too fussed about getting the exact foundations. Let's just, you know, give it a little bit of strength there. Alright. Beautiful. Where's a little bit of flooring there? Okay. Yeah, of course, no staircase up from here because this is a completely separate build. They've got a little storeroom there, that's cool. Yeah, bedroom there. Yeah, we've got nothing at the back there, have we? But we have gained a bit of space. We can have a decent sized little bedroom almost. Again, they are little bedrooms, but that's absolutely fine. Let's have a look. Where was this this window? One from the end. I don't know. Almost we need to kind of decide this from outside almost. Yeah, so like 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. There we go. Like I say, a bit dark there, but I don't think mobs will spawn in there. I think we're good. Another little bedroom. And again, these bedrooms would be bigger actually. It's probably only because we took that notch out for this other building next door. Those pesky neighbours did us out a bit of space on the inside. So actually, like I say, the interiors of the other ones will be a bit more substantial. I think we made the most of the best with the space we've got here now for this. Yeah, you go in here, you've got your sofas, this is your sitting room. In theory you'd have a fireplace there, that's not where the chimney is. That's like straight outside. But we will have an extra layer on the wall here, so I think we will sneak a little fireplace in there nonetheless. They say you've got a notional chimney out there, yeah. With a little kitchenette coming off of it there, right? And again that leads you straight to the doorway there. So, but like I say, we will decorate that up later. We've got one bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and a little bathroom. Quite a big bathroom actually. Like the bathroom's bigger than the kitchen. It's almost as if that should be the bathroom, and that should be the kitchen. I think we'll decide on that in a little while. I don't think we need to stress ourselves exactly on that right now. I mean, what we could just decide is if we can take this staircase in by one. That would be quite handy. And I think we probably can. Yeah, for sure, man. Alright. Yeah, because of course you're going to see that there, but we'll sort that out, right? It's probably going to have a ceiling or something like that on there anyway, so you're not going to see that. There's a little door into a little sitting room. There's a little door, I'd say, into the bathroom, which is much smaller. That definitely makes more sense. We seal that up. And that would be your kitchen, which would make much more sense. Probably have the door there though, wouldn't it? So yeah, I mean, I'm almost tempted to just kind of do that. It would feel nicer, yeah, to just go in your sitting room. I don't think we will have a door there. Don't want it to be too Victorian. I think over time they've just knocked that through, right? I certainly would. So you could have a nice bit of access. But yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Just like that. That's where that door has to go. That's where that door has to go. And there's the 2 little bedrooms. So, you know, you're the parents, right? You've got your kids' little bedrooms there. And you have the master bedroom up here, don't you? With your own little sitting room. Of course, we're going to have a sloped roof coming off of it here, and there will be in the center right here by the window like a triangle bit coming up with I'm not sure what they're called, but you know, like the pokey out roof. Have a look, let's have a zoom, just like that, almost like that, yeah, but coming out here, you know, to give the front of this building a bit of three-dimensionality. We're going to have this come out, triangle go up, and we could even give them one of those there. Let's get rid of this, don't really need that now. That's an entire attic floor ready to receive a roof, man. And this is our floor all kitted out now. Like I say, temporary interior walls. It's all made out of brick now. It kind of would make sense. These houses were all made out of brick, weren't they? But we're going to decide on the walls later. Like I say, it's got limited options with regards to like wallpapering these things up, yeah. But this external wall is definitely going to have to kind of lose a block, to be honest with you. So I think this room and that room next door will share a decor, like, do you mean share a wall, as it were? And again, this one can be swapped out ultimately. It can't right now, but as soon as we put the wall in for next door, this wall can be swapped out. Like, it doesn't matter if it's brick or not. We can swap it out for something pretty. You know, we can make it that the wall, the exterior wall. And you won't see that from next door, and we can do the same with next door's wall here. And you won't see that either. That'd be perfect. So it's just going to lose one here, basically. And again, here I'm kind of more than happy to lose one out here. We may well just do that anyway. Stick that out here. Put the kitchen door there. Who knows? We'll figure that out later. That's the next stage. That's the next stage. All right. Cool, man. Yeah, we've got a basic design. We're going to jazz these stairs up for sure. That's just, they're very much a kind of temporary sort of staircase. Okay. Yeah, we've got our building. I think we'll just do a similar thing now for the shop floor almost. Kind of want to give them a decent floor, yeah. But again, I don't think we need to decide that until we've got the kind of decor in. You really want the shop to be welcoming, don't you? It's not going to be massive, right? But it definitely needs to be decorated, and they definitely need to have like a kind of a back area almost, right? I mean, it would almost be here. And again, I don't want it to be too square necessarily, so let's have a think. You know, shop front here, counters here. Almost like it would come out here in a way. There's definitely something underneath us here, yeah. Oh, where are we? Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of simple. Yeah, we'll just leave a double door there for now. So this would be your shop front, right? Not too square. Got a little kind of bit of an interesting thing going on there, but plenty of space to put all your shop bits. Come through here, and this is like the back rooms, right? This is where they put the storage, but this is why I definitely felt they needed the extra storage out here. It's not much, and again, we might extend this. I mean, we did take one off of it in theory, didn't we? So let's give that back. Okay, beautiful. Yeah. Might be a little doorway here or something. Again, I'm not going to build this just yet because I'm just want to decide what it's kind of made out of. If it's going to be made out of brick, or if it's going to be made out of something else. I'm almost feeling it should be brick. Should we build it up on just one more layer just to kind of see how that feels? Yeah, I think maybe it will. Not 100%. And let's just secure it for now. Okay, so that'd be a little shop space. And again, I don't really want it to feel too sort of square in here. I'm almost tempted to... Nah, maybe we will. Maybe we just put a wall across here. Yeah, so a little storage unit there. Your main kind of sort of warehousey area there, and another extra bit there as well. So plenty of kind of back of shop storage. We may well end up taking this across, I guess, by one. I'm not sure, but we'll decide that when we're kitting out the shop, man. All right, beautiful. Definitely some decorations. See, I'm thinking we're going to have like a triangle roof kind of section coming out there. I really need to learn what the words are for these things now. And definitely one there also, like I say, and that will actually serve the purpose of giving these guys a bit of headspace, a bit of light here. You almost have like an extra sitting room here, probably another bathroom, maybe another bedroom, who knows up here yet. We'll decide that when we decide what's, you know, we find out what space we've got with the roof that goes in. But this, I think, is the bare bone of the building. So now that we know that it kind of works and we can get it to work, I think we'll start on next door and just get that kind of basic frame sort of padded out as well. Now we do know that this is no longer, yeah, like this is now the back wall here. Yeah. But we didn't hear any snags regarding width, did we? I think we were all... Oh, we've taken it way too far. I mean, that's okay, because the buildings are going to go right across. You know, if we have to make this lava pond a couple smaller, that's not the end of the world. Not the end of the world at all. How many have we got in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I thought that looked a bit small. Kind of want them to be the same now, yeah? So from there, yeah, and these walls probably will be brick because they are literally just a bolt on, added on kind of sections. So it's 3 and then the door, and I just think for a bit of symmetry, put 3 and then the door here as well. All right. Beautiful. So yeah, staircase, extra wall, and this is the external wall. I think we're going to worry too much about the foundation for now. Let's just get this on. Let's say we'll probably be digging out a little basement or something like that for these, I suspect. Did we just leave the, yeah, we kind of did, didn't we? Okay, kind of just like that almost. Like saying, the insides of them don't have to necessarily be the same, you see, so we can kind of just like improve upon that design at our leisure sort of thing. But we do know that that will basically be an internal wall, probably as far as the staircase goes. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I think we've got the you know, the kind of foundation of that one laid out there, and they will be the same steps. I believe the steps will all kind of look the same. And so let's just get that in as well, just to make it feel a bit more uniform, as it were. There, just like that, right? I think we'll just get the shop front on. again, we're going to swap these out, probably for either wood or metal. I'm not too sure yet. Just so you can see that it's kind of uniform almost there. Just like that, man. Just like that. Although... yeah, and let's get another trapdoor in. And again, this is where we could start to bring a bit of a vibe in, right? Because, you know, each one will have its own sort of vibe for the shop front. I think just like a plain grey one. We've got a real bright colour there, the shop sign there, and these are completely probably going to change, but just for now, each shop will have its own kind of vibe, right? Depending on what we put in there. I think that's going to be like a corner shop, like a greengrocer's. This might be a butcher's, you know what I mean, something like that. Who knows? Yeah, I think we will just get this front wall constructed here. And again here, I think we can just hint to the fact that that's going to be like a triangle window. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, I'm almost thinking it could be like a little bit grander. Okay, so no, because that's like where the ceiling is right there, yeah. That's kind of cool. Yeah, just to allude to the fact that that's kind of what's happening there. I think that's a good idea. Oh, I could really use a cup of tea. I think we'll have a little 5-minute break shortly. And a little refreshment break, huh? And then crack on with this. No intentions of stopping this stream anytime soon. I really want to kind of get the bones at least of these two buildings out. And like I said, in theory, as like I said at the beginning of the stream, hopefully that would include the roof. And I think we can make it include the roof if we play our cards right. But I definitely will need another cup of tea before we do that. Ooh. But the windows themselves, they will always be in the same place. That's our kind of limiting factor almost, right? That's the kind of vibe that's kind of unchangeable. So where are these now? It's like 2 up from there and right on the end. Yeah. And there's like a 2 gap and it's a 3 window. Oh, okay, so how does that not match? That's a bit worrying. Oh, I can see what we've done. Look right here. This is why it doesn't match. Okay, this is what it's all about. I hope we haven't made this whole thing too wide now. I've probably put the staircase in the wrong place. Let's have a look. Let's figure this out. Unless there was 2 there. There was. No, we haven't done that. That's perfect. Beautiful. And it was that one we took out. Yeah, just like that, huh? And again, you know, just allude to the fact that that's how the roof's going to be. But I think the one that's here will kind of be like not coming out here. It might just be in the roof itself. We'll see. We'll have to wait until we kind of do that and see how that kind of works out. And again, I just think getting the parapets along just to kind of tie them all in. It's quite nice. Not too. Yeah, beautiful. Not much room for a drain pipe. Maybe we'll have the drain pipe come down here almost. Stick a little drain there. Have a drain pipe come down there. It just kind of like makes it feel like the buildings are separated almost. You know, for everyone. And although technically this and this is the same building, you know, having a drain pipe up with just one on each building just really makes them feel separated. You know, we're going to have a roof coming out a little bit, not too far. Maybe just 1 block, maybe 2 at maximum. Another triangle roof here. They like their fancy kind of roofs, didn't they? The old Victorians. Yeah, okay, so that's it. That to me, let's get on their feet. That to me says shops. And like I say, we've got shops and we've got houses. They say this is kind of an unusual drawing. I haven't seen any staircases that go up and under like this that much in London, I must admit. I'm almost feeling like there should be a, you know, like a stained glass window there or something. Let's see how that looks from the outside. They did like their stained glass windows. Yeah, I mean, we can reserve judgment on that. Clearly we'd have to lose the parapet here. And we could actually keep those and just have a little stained glass window there. That might work. Or it might not. I'm thinking probably not. Let's see what it's like if you do that. Kind of throws it all off balance. I think I prefer it just being brick. You don't have to fill every space. Like, it is okay to have, you know, a solid bit of wall there, right? Yeah, for sure. Certainly when we've got that roof on there, we'll be in a better position to decide. And they're going to have a sloping roof, right? I think they're going to slope towards us. Like, this is going to be the gable end, and they'll basically be, I mean, we definitely did, the chimney definitely will have to go higher than that. So let's do this right now. Let's do this and then take a break. I think that's the perfect thing just to do before we take a break. Come back with nice fresh eyes, nice fresh cup of tea. Yeah, it's going to be like a gable end, this one, yeah. I mean, that was always kind of the plan, to be honest. Whoa. Yeah, okay. So kind of just like that, with the chimney at the end of it. I don't think we want the chimney any higher than that, we'll see. I think that's kind of good. Yeah, so the roof will come like that, yeah. And again, in theory, let's have a look. It'll slope down here. We'll probably need this to be a sort of gable end as well. And details are subject to change on this, but I think it's just a good idea to quickly make a little start on the roof. I'd say this is technically a little start on the roof before taking a break. And you kind of want them to end on the same sort of line almost, so oh, okay, so what's this? Yeah, that doesn't seem central, does it? Let's have a look. There's two there. That is central. I think it's just my eyes are wonky because I need a cup of tea. Yeah, that's cool, man. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's our sort of basic design. And like I say, this one will also then... Let's have a look. Yeah, because this one actually, I suppose this one has that only because of this little notch here. In theory, we'll decide exactly how the roof's going to... I don't think we'll put the roof on actually until we've got this second build built. For the reason that this build and all the others are going to be just a much more straight square box. And this one has the fancy corner, which I like because, like I say, I kind of like it to, you know, to have more interesting sort of corner, if you like. So this roof will go like that, but here, in theory, this roof here will be sloping down towards the street, and this roof here will be sloping down towards here. So we'll kind of actually maybe not have that be a gable. We have to come up with something here instead. Let's leave it like that for now. Let's just let it sit. I quite like the idea of having that. We could just have that because this is the end one. Maybe that's slightly different. And maybe a couple of them as well will like give them extensions almost. You know, mix the roof up a bit here and there. I mean, the other alternative would be to have each one have its roof a triangle like this. And that is an option. That is an option we could take. And just have this one, because it's the end one, right, with the chimney, have a little section that goes like that. But all the roofs, like here, would also be a gable. And each roof kind of goes like this. I think we'll decide that when we come back, man. It's a nice decision to have to make. But okay, we've got 2 buildings in. That's our Victorian terrace underway. Still a lot of work to do to get it right. I'm almost feeling that this could just be raised entirely by one as well. But again, we kind of decide on all these details sort of later. Wow, you see how much I need a cup of tea? You can see it, yeah? Yeah, kind of, that feels a bit better like that. Alright, let's get back to game. Right, there's the bare bones of our basic builds, yeah? That's kind of what we wanted to achieve today. Did want to kind of get a roof on somewhat as well, so let's just build out the rest of the frame in this one. And then kind of concentrate on the roof. And just see, you know, get the design going so we know what we're going to do for the other builds next door. Have we run out of our potion? We have. Let's grab a bit of potion. Potion of reaching. Nice and simple. This one's just square, so let's finish that off there like this. There we go. Oh man, let's speed our fingers up here a touch. Here we go. Let's get the corner and give it a bit of support. Don't want it falling down on us. Where are we? Alright. Yeah, that's the kind of basics of it, yeah. I'm not sure where the floor was. It doesn't really matter right now. That's kind of like the structure in there. And again, I think we'll just continue the floor along as well. Just so we got somewhere to kind of land when we're doing the roof, sort of somewhat, yeah. Again, any of these blocks can change, to be honest. This is a floor to put in just to kind of, you know, so it feels like a floor, functions as a floor. But it's probably not going to be carpeted up the top here. So like what we do from underneath really kind of doesn't matter almost. You know, this is Minecraft. This is just the floor for now. Alright. Yeah, because some of these will be like buildings with small rooms inside. I suspect some of them will also probably just feel compelled to open them up a bit and not all make them all pokey inside. Like that last one, I kind of wanted that one because it was the first Victorian little house we built, so it kind of feels in keeping to sort of keep it with the Victorian vibe. But some of these, I suspect, over the years, you know, have been renovated and changed, and they've had walls knocked down, all that kind of stuff, and so they'll be kind of much more open on the inside. We'll go through a nice variety of vibes inside these buildings, yeah. But I do think at least probably maybe 40% of them, something like that, 40, maybe 50% of them will be kind of, you know, more towards the kind of Victorian sort of vibe with smaller rooms and stuff like that. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, okay, that's cool. It's getting there now, man. It's getting there. I can start to see how it's going to go, and I'm even going to make a start on next door's walls, because what I was thinking looking at, I don't want them. I literally don't want them to be all red brick all the way up. I think that'd be really dull. So I think in blocks of 2, like these 2 will be red brick. This next one will probably be brown brick is what's jumping out at me. And we've also got like beige bricks and stuff like that. So like say, I think each pair will be kind of like made of a different brick. Same design, same shape. On the outside at least. But yeah, a slightly different material. I think all the steps will be the same. We'll keep all the steps the same white. The calcite with this diorite. And that's where we'll get our kind of uniformity, if you like. Yeah, it's late now, by the way. It's like nearly 3:30, I think, now in London. I actually do have to stop this stream soon. The stream will be stopping, just to warn you guys, in about half an hour. My other half is getting up early today, up early at 4, and I tend to run about and there's a hospital trip on the cards today, so not the best of days, as it were. Again, we'll build a staircase now from here. Oh, more likely build a staircase up. But I do think we go with the ceilings, right? With the roof, sorry, being like this. The gables, each one having it. I think just visually it'd be a bit more interesting than having one long sloping ceiling. And plus, as they go along, they're kind of going uphill ever so slightly. So it'll kind of just make that actual situation a little bit easier as well. So yeah, we'll kind of have the roofs go like this. Each will have its own separate kind of sloping sort of roof. I think that's the way to go. We're going to do that right now. That's what I want to do by the end of this stream, is get a roof on this thing. That's the reason we're building this second one up now like this. So this is wider, right? So that kind of causes us almost a little problem, but it's not a big problem because we can always have these ones be bigger, or alternatively have it just be a little bit flatter on the top. And kind of Minecraft our way around that almost. It's not really a huge issue. Say, actually, what we could do here is perhaps just raise this side by 1, just to kind of even them out a little bit more, and just have this one come here like that, because we don't need to stop at a sharp point like that, as long as they're kind of centralized. Because like I say, they're all going to be going downhill anyway. Yeah, that might cause us an issue on the front, thinking about it when it goes across. That might not be the best idea. Let's have a look. Yeah, maybe we can't do that. We have to accept the fact that yeah, just thinking it through now, I made that mistake on the roof before, and then by the time you stretch it to the front, let's get started on this roof, man. Let's start like kind of like kitting this roof outwards. I think we'll go with the same, right? It makes sense that they would make it the same. Let's have a think. And it's kind of like here. Or maybe more like there. No, I think we were right the first time. I think it's there. But we will know soon enough. We will know soon enough. Oh. Okay. They're not quite the same height, them are they? So maybe I was sort of like better on track the first time. Because I kind of do want them to end in the same place. So whatever we have to do, we have to do. So let's delete this. And bring it out there. I will just have these guys meet in the middle for now. And we'll use this one just to kind of make it look a bit nicer. Yeah, sort of like that. You see, this roof will be taller. It's kind of unfortunate almost, but all the other roofs across here will all be the same as this. This one's slightly different purely because of that corner that's kind of lost there. But I don't think that's a huge issue. So we just need to decide what to do with the front here. This one will slope down, and this end one will just have a slightly different roof than the others. And I'd like to say that's cool. Just brings a little bit of variety. It's the end one. It's the gable building, so that's kind of all right for us. I might actually just knock those out. And that's the gap will actually signify that that's kind of what's happening there. It was just like that. So now let's just bring this across. I think these ones can just have one, yeah? Alright, we can use these, that's fine. Just to make sure that it's the same. And we can check this now, you see. Yeah, there we go, perfect. That's what we like to see. Excuse me. That wasn't really necessarily the kind of vibe I was kind of going for. I kind of wanted them sloping forward. Yeah, I kind of do prefer that they're sloping forward. Maybe we have a mix of the two, like they're like that at the back and they all slope forward at the front. I'm not kind of opposed to that. Let's just have a think. I think let's get some roof kind of slats in almost. Let's pick out some steps. Let's have a listen to the chill music, have a sip of tea, and decide what we want for tiles. And then nothing's set in stone here, we can always change these. I quite like to look at those black plank stairs. Like in Britain at least, right, you usually have slate roofs. I know in America it's slightly different. You usually have kind of like, I mean, I still guess they're kind of black, but you have more like kind of panels, don't you? I don't know what you call them. Like slotted panel roofs. We usually use slate in Britain. Let's get this one on. But again, this thing, I think we'll just build this maybe up this, just to differentiate it for a second. This might be too big now, I'm not sure. No, I don't think so. I think that's cool. Yeah, so like again here, like say we can take one off of here, that wouldn't be an issue at all. But I'm not necessarily sure we need to. But we will soon find out. Like it could be like that. Let's have a look. Like I say, we'll soon have a feel for this. And then we'll be flying then. I mean, it seems to be matching up, yeah. That's pretty cool. So kind of like that, I'm suspecting. Oop. We'll probably mix up the tiles a bit. Maybe swap a few of these out for a lighter grey, make it look a bit more weathered. But for now, we're just going to make it uniform. Just going to kind of build it up. Just to make sure we get the shape of this right. I do like this for the roof, actually. These steps, as it were. I think it was pretty cool. Yeah. I say I'm extremely slow tonight. I usually build a little bit faster than this, but I say I'm a bit tired. I started off this stream tired, and now I'm kind of even more tired. You know, surprise, surprise. But you know, we soldier on, man. We soldier on. It's cool. For at least half an hour, anyway. Yeah, let's just let's sort of like do the same on this side, just to make sure we got this right. Yeah, I think it's feeling quite good. I'm getting positive vibes from this. We could do something similar to that. Yeah, you see, so it's kind of working out here. And then on this one, nice and easy. I wish they were all like this. Okay, you see, so this is where we get the problem, yeah. So just ignore that, pretend we didn't do that, and bring this one across. Yeah, okay, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it, like this? And again, we'll bring them out, or you know, we'll tidy the edges up later make sure that that looks nice. Probably bring it out by another one. Yeah. I don't think we'll bring this one up. I think we'll have something on here to kind of make it flat, that section. I think that's good. Yeah, so I do think, yeah. I mean, I do think that's kind of working, first of all. I think that's pretty cool. Let's bring this one out at least. Yeah, we'll decide what to do on the top there later. Now, where did we go here? So it's definitely kind of going to be there. It'll probably just be something like that. And then like a half slab across there. Should we get a slab in? What's this stuff called? So black. Let's just go black. And yeah, there it is. Just kind of like that. Okay, yeah, well that bit works. I kind of like the grey underneath. We may well probably swap these ones out for brick and sort of keep something similar to this. I mean, in theory, I guess that one should also be brick, maybe. Again, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. This is more decorational. Like I say, we'll probably put something fancy in there, like a different type of block, but I sort of quite like that. Actually, I did prefer that sort of being that one being grey there as well. Like I say, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves there doing that. Yeah, it would mean that we would need to do this like that. Yeah, that kind of works. Like I say, we'll tinker on the finalised design later. Now, the only question I've got here now, right? Yeah, see, I don't like this gable being like this. I really do want it to be sloping downwards towards the road. I think we're going to have it slope downwards towards the road. And again, I hope we don't change our mind on this again. But we might. Let's just see. It's all good. I do kind of just feel that would just be better. I won't lie. And again, so let's just see what we did here. So yeah, it's right from the end of that window, right, to the end of that window. So yeah, just like that. So this bit actually was fine. Is that right? That kind of feels wrong. I think it feels too big all of a sudden. Oh, I see. We're taking it to the wrong end of the window. Yeah. Well, our instincts were good. Yeah. It's too big. More like that. And then kind of grey on top. Just have a look. Oh, I see what we've done. Yeah. So these ones actually like this. Just like that. Yeah, because we're going to have one of those on every window, and you know, just the effect isn't the same if you've got it sloping the other way. So let's just take that away like that for now. Yeah, I've got a feeling that. You might want some kind of like distinguishing mark between the buildings, but I don't think so. We've got that brick line for now. That's enough for now. It's nice, this stuff. It kind of looks almost weathered, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, that's not going to work for us, I don't think. We could always have it like this. We can get on the side enough. Yeah, I think that's the way, isn't it? So we take that one away, bring that one out, and then swap that for that. And we'll do that here as well. Bring you out and swap you for that, like that. Yeah, I think so. And we'll definitely be putting something underneath, probably the half slabs or something. I say I don't really want to get too far ahead of ourselves right now, because it may not be that. But I think we can just put those in for now at least. Because we can always swap it out later. Alright. Yeah, actually in there. And I think we'll just kind of leave it there because again we've got the next door's building to put on there. So we'll just pretend that that building ends there for now, which it doesn't. We'll have a brown building next to it coming up. But yeah, that kind of works for us, doesn't it? Now, was that a full block at the top there? Yes, it was. I am almost tempted to just bring the slab out also to there. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves on that. Let's continue with the bits that we know are correct first. Like that. You say, because I don't want to waste unnecessary interior space there. I think it's probably quicker we do it like this. Oh, it's a tight little spot there. We got it though, we got it. Yeah, we're definitely going to change up a few of these. Just give it a little bit of texture. Not too much, don't want it to feel old and rotten, but we do want it to feel somewhat weathered. Maybe even put a few soil blocks and a few plants and things like that up in here. Yeah, okay, let's actually just bring this one across now. Boom, boom, and you as well. All right. Yeah, I think it's getting somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere. I think we've got an idea of what's going to be happening now. Now, I think the back will have gable ends like that, and the front will be like this. It'll be kind of like a two-directional roof. I think it just gives us a lot more space in the attic space. Yeah, we can kind of make the downstairs all dingy and small, roomy, but then when you come up into the attic, you get a real nice surprise because there's suddenly kind of a whole load of space up there. Yeah, let's let's do this one here. I'm kind of knocking it out almost now. Does that turn there? It does, doesn't it? What is that? Really doesn't want me to place this on its side. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I guess we swapped that out, huh? Okay, so I can see why it's freaking out here now. Yeah. Excuse me. Keep that there like that for now. Because they're slightly different heights almost, yeah? Oh, I see what we're doing. Yeah, let's bring this in here first. Ignore that bottom brick bit, because we can turn that into brick. That bottom bit there, that's cool. Let's just concentrate on making sure that this kind of pattern's going to sort of work for us. I think it will, I don't see why it wouldn't. But I don't see a lot of things, and sometimes that's wrong. But in this case, hopefully, we're right. So we could always actually allow you to maneuver between these buildings almost. If we stopped right here and we kind of built a wall. Oh, where is the wall there? Yeah, it might be tricky. It wouldn't be out of the question. Let's just see if this is going to actually work or not. Yeah, I definitely think we're just going to bring this out now because it's going to have to happen. A bit more professional. Okay. Yeah, because I'd really kind of like to stop the roof there. I don't want it being too high than the other one. It doesn't matter because, like I said, the buildings are going to be coming downhill anyway, so it'll almost feel natural that they're not necessarily the exact same height there. It's just a function of that particular bit of wall there being slightly narrower than this entire kind of house here. But once again here, you see, we kind of leave that because this is where it's going to join onto the next sort of building. I mean, so we don't really need to kind of sort of worry about that particular one right now. Not until we've got the wall in next door, and then we'll be in a much better position to sort of decide what's what there. Because in theory, you wouldn't really stress about it. We just do this. I suppose we will just do this for now. But if we could take this down by one, I kind of wouldn't mind that. I won't lie. And again, I mean, we could just leave it flat almost. We'll see how it feels. Or is it better with a point? It's better with a point, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. I think these are separate anyway, so. And the only question is now, where does that meet? Like, we're probably going to have to bring this down at an angle as well. You see, this is what we're here to figure out now. Let's bring these ones across. Okay. Oh, I love doing roofs. Can you hint the sarcasm there? I mean, don't get me wrong though. I do love the kind of the vibe that they bring. I mean, it doesn't look like a building until you've got a roof on it, does it? So, you know, from that point of view, I kind of do love doing roofs. It's just that they're always so much fun. You always get one problem or another like doing them. I always do anyway. But that's okay. We plow on. Kind of working. I think it's going to work. Like I say, and we're not going to worry about this edge too much because the next building is going to be slightly higher. So again, we're going to have some more kind of fun there trying to connect them up in that manner. But that's okay, man. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Take it just as far as we need to, and no farther. It's kind of like about here, maybe one more, I guess. Yeah, I prefer the slopey down like this than the gable front. It was worth a try, yeah, but I definitely think that's kind of it. You know, it sort of feels cursed. Let's just build one more line up there. Like I say, some of these might get knocked out where we connect it to the next door's roof, but for now, let's just do it like this. Yeah, I almost feel, I guess it's just going to have to go in like this. And just narrow up at the top there. Ooh. Now let's see where this leads us. Let's see what happens over here now. Wow. We're going to do that every time. Is that a new game that we're playing? Yeah, good one. Sir. It's funny, like I say, it's fun. Alright. So the only last thing, I think we'll have to end this stream soon because I literally got to go. I got to go and run a bath and be present for the situation because like I say, it's all quite stressful. Bit of a stressful day today. I got to be there, got to be present. Can't be in here locked up in me streaming world. As much as I'd love to, but we definitely need to just connect these two bits up here so that we know that it's going to work. Yeah, so let's do this. Yeah, let's go across because that's just whoa. Okay, my hat kind of dropped then a bit. Do this, and then we know it feels cleaner, looks cleaner. Don't worry about that other side of it. We may well take some of these out, these two here, purely so that we can kind of have a platform that we can place things on. But like I say, that's kind of details. We'll sort of decide on that shortly. I think this does come out right as far as it kind of can, and probably. Let's have a look. We do have space for a beam in the center there, so let's stick a quick beam in here. Just to see what happens if we do this. And where we might want to do that. See, I think that's too far, so maybe from there we kind of do this. And if it works for this bit, it'll work for the rest of it, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think this is going to work. I think we might well have cracked this here. There's nothing, you know, better than an interesting roof, is there? You know, some nice angles and things like that to sort of like play with. It's all good. Just cover this beam over. Yeah, I think we'll just take this one out, and I think this will be our last little line of roofing for the day because I can see now that the design works, that this will work. We can have a gable at the back and a kind of sloping forward roof at the front, and I kind of like that because from the back it'll be slightly more interesting to look at almost. And I must admit, we want these pokey out bits on the front. You can't really have that if you've got a big giant gable, so I think that looks nice and pretty from the front, and it kind of looks like the back of a house from the back. That's it, man. Like I say, get a drain pipe down there. That will change the vibe massively and make them feel like separate kind of houses for sure. But yeah, that's it, man. That's going to work. That's working. That pleases us. Let's do this. Let's just get one more line in. A little sneaky Brucey's bonus. Yeah, and our potion reaching's just finished there. So that's kind of like a good sign. Actually, this is probably the bit where we find out it's not going to work. Yeah, just this line here. But it is going to work. I can already tell that this is a winning design, and we're going to be good here, man. There we go. Yeah, just as I thought. This was the confirmation we needed. Just this here. There we go. She's worked, she's worked. Actually, yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised, I won't lie, that has worked. Like I say, all we've got to do is step that down, step that down. You know, we'll kind of decide what to do there. I think we'll end up putting brick in there. And something like that, I guess. You say, well, we can figure that out, that particular detail out at a later date. That's really not a problem. I mean, we could do it like that. I kind of prefer it almost like that. Like I say though, we will work those details out later on. That's not kind of an issue. We'll have something under here. Not necessarily these, you see. Sometimes I'll put steps the other way around. Sometimes it might just be like a trapdoor or something. But you know, you can't have a sharp corner like that as such. It works out better on this one because we've got 3 at the top. That's kind of ideal. That's what you want. No, I kind of like that. It almost makes it feel like it's bolted into the building itself, yeah. But yeah, these will definitely all connect nice like. And we've got what we wanted on the front, which was those. I don't know what to call it. I'll have to do some research, find out what they're called. Look a bit more professional up in here, yeah. But my little pokey out triangle bits, that's what we wanted. So last little job for the for this particular stream is to just build this chimney up a touch, just to where it wants to be, which I think is there. And we've got some modded in. And again, we could Minecraft it, but we have got modded in some pretty cool chimney kind of mods. We'll have a little play with them on the next stream. But that's it. That's the bare bones of the first 2 builds. And like I say, we will actually build the next one out of something slightly different. It's going to be the brown brick. The exact same vibe. The small kind of bricks, yeah. Where are they? Here. But it could be either those. Oh, let's just throw that down there for now. Or those. All those, like I say, not too different from each other, are they? But yeah, like I say, the next, and I'm thinking batches of 2, there'll be like a slightly different brick, just to make it a little bit more interesting. But beautiful, really happy with that, man. It worked out in the end. It worked out in the end. The other thing we could do, right, just looking at it, is probably swap this out. Also, just a little finishing touch, a little bit of perfectionism. That's all you need. Okay, so should we just do, I keep saying everything that I do is like the final touch for the stream. But that really is the final touch for the stream. Just that one there, like that. Beautiful. Alright, we have a building. We have a design that we can emulate up then. Like I say, the interiors are up for grabs. We'll decide what to do with each one as we go, man. For sure, that's kind of fun. And like I say, I wasn't sure about this staircase at first because it's kind of strange. I've never quite built one like this, a staircase that goes into the building. But I actually really have grown accustomed to it. I really quite like it. So yeah, it kind of works for us. And this feels like a definite Victorian house with just little pokey rooms, staircase, tiny little bedrooms, tiny little bathroom, tiny little kitchen. Definitely want something there. Like we may well just put like stained glass on the inside with like light block behind it. Just kind of like build something random. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah, at least we're finished with that thing. Now we're working on this. So we definitely finished these 2, I would say, on the next stream. I mean, I'm tempted to kind of build perhaps the structure of them all, and maybe we'll go on a mission of decorating the insides of them all. Well, I haven't decided just yet. There's a skeleton there. Let me know what you think, yeah? But thanks for watching. I appreciate that. And I shall see you tomorrow night, same time. I thought this time would never come tonight, I must admit. It's late starting the stream tonight. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here in London. I'm not clever enough to work out what time it is everywhere else, but I know like mostly in America it's like 5-6 hours behind, so I guess it's still worth streaming. It's always worth streaming, I would say. I mean, after all, we've got some Victorian houses to build. So we've got the frames, right? We've got the frames. I say that's it. And we finished on the roof last night. I had to finish the stream. On the roof, look, it's like almost completed, yeah. But if you have a look around the back here, not quite. But the system works, and we planned it all out, and it all kind of came together. So, you know, we've got a gable end on this end. Let's have a look at the back here. So we've got to fill out these walls, man. We've got a lot of work to do tonight. Quite cool, yeah. I definitely think the way to go is to finish these 2 buildings first, and then move on to the next. And I think we'll probably do them in one at a time after that. Just kind of wanted to get the design together, make sure it all kind of worked. And I sort of thought it'd be a good idea to build 2. Because there's going to be a whole terrace of these things, man. They're all going to be connected. And they're all going to stretch up that road. Now, there will be a gap in between them. Now, where that gap is, I'm not sure. There's going to be like an archway leading you into like the pedestrian shopping centre. Shopping square, I should say. Like an open-air, like shopping square, yeah. All fancy and stuff. With like shops around the outside. We'll keep that Lava Lake. So I'm guessing the archway will probably be some there. You kind of want to walk in and go past the kind of... I think that's beautiful. The beauty spot, we're going to call that Lava Lake. It's a bit of a beauty spot. But yeah, we'll figure that out, you know, on the next kind of couple of streams or whatever. For this stream, we're going to be focusing on these babies now. We've still got a lot of work to do because we've got to make some windows. And it's not just a matter of putting glass in, right? We've got to make the frames. We're probably going to have a similar, like a little roof bit coming out of the top of this as well, just to give it a little bit of jazz, make it feel a little bit fancier. We've also got to kit out the insides, man. Now, we've done the walls on this building, on the interior walls. We've done the interior walls down there as well. But we do need to kind of kit out the shop, clearly change the floor and stuff. And actually, like, you know, literally change the walls. Make sure that's kind of like wallpapered almost. You know, it's going to be, that's a shop, right? And that's a different shop. And this is a staircase up to like a flat, I guess you'd call it, an apartment, right, which is above the shop, completely separate from the shop. So it's going to be a completely different vibe. So that's a shop vibe, that's going to be like a house vibe. Yeah, let's just kind of repeat all the way up there. Now, we're not going to use this red brick all the way up, but we kind of decided that last night. It's the reason we've got these here in our inventory. Not the grey one, I don't think, although maybe, I wouldn't rule it out. But probably the brown kind of version. So, you know, they're all kind of similar, they've got a similar kind of vibe. But they're not quite the same. And I may well tonight, before the end of this stream tonight, just make a little start on this wall here. Just purely so that we can kind of maybe figure out how this roof's going to end, because I'm not sure how the roofs are going to connect. Now, this building's going to be 1 block higher, as you can see there, in this building. So it kind of throws the roofs off almost. So we'll probably end up, I've left this one blanker, because we'll probably end up like having like a more solid, something different in between the roofs, just to kind of like break up the roofs a bit, and also to get us over the fact that these are kind of rising. I mean, you get it on Victorian builds. It's like, you know, built up a few bricks, and then some kind of topping block on top, you know, going up on the same angle as the roof. Just to kind of like separate them off, make it all secure. That'll be nice, man. Oh, there's a spider. Okay, so we probably need some light up in here, yeah. Probably going to be mobs spawning randomly in some places. We're not going to worry about that. We're in creative, so we're quite safe. But I do like the roof design. Probably going to end up swapping out a few blocks here and there, give it a bit, make it feel a bit more worn, like less brand new. But yeah, we'll do that kind of once we've got the windows in. I think we'll have a vibe. Maybe stick a block of grass with a bit of grass as well on it. Just, you know, we've done something similar up there just to kind of make it feel, you know, a little bit old, a little bit more worn in. I think there's only one sensible place, right? We've got to make a chimney, got to do the windows, got to do the shop front with some doors, got to do the interiors, man. There's kind of a lot of work to do. Let's get cracking, let's get cracking. We're going to start sort of easy, warm our fingers up. Now we got Mobsville up in here somewhere. Yeah, we could probably do with some lights here, yeah. I think we'll worry about that in a while. Like I say, the noise of the spider, I must admit I don't appreciate. But they're no danger to us, so I don't think it's the end of the world. Again here somewhere we'll probably have a, like the roof will come down, we'll have to have like a wall, because these are 2 separate flats. This is one, right? And this is the other. Now we'll probably have a little door between them. You know, this is Minecraft, you kind of want to be able to navigate the place, don't you? Yeah, not convinced by that necessarily. Let's have a look. I will leave it for now. We'll leave that for now. We'll kind of decide on the details a bit later. Let's have a little swig of our potion. Got a potion of reaching. There we go. I think we'll just bring it out to there for now. See how that works like that. Now let's just finish sort of tiling this roof, as it were. You say we got this far, yeah, just to make sure these connected. And then I'm fairly certain now these will just come across and it'll all connect and it'll be quite easy. Yeah, we streamed quite long last night, and there was I had to go to the hospital today. Not me, my partner. And but it was alright, it was all good, it all worked out well, but it was a little bit kind of stressy, so I needed to be present. You know what I mean? Like, not in here streaming, I needed to be out there kind of like making sure things were alright and stuff. And then they were. I knew they would be. We manifested that they would be, and they would be. But yeah, this is actually nice and chill, man. Like I say, all my streams are always, I try to make them as chill as I can, because that's part of the reason I want to play Minecraft. It's kind of an escape for me. I won't lie. You know, I won't exactly call myself a stress head, but I do tend to sometimes get a little bit stressed. Might not sound like it, but I definitely do. And this is like, this is my therapy, man. Minecraft is my therapy. And roofs, they can be a bit tricky, especially when they're not working. But this one worked now, so we're all good. I mean, you could argue, we'll decide later, yeah, but that you might want kind of access to these roofs from the inside. And I would argue that we do. Definitely. But we'll work that out later. Like I say, we've got a kind of natural point here where we could probably, let's get the red brick in our inventory. I don't think we're going to need the steps anytime soon. Just take it to there. And we'll decide on the inside if we can have some kind of access out onto the roof. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to have like a kind of, like a bay window coming out of these roofs somewhere. So that may well solve our problem. You know, it could be two things at once. It'll look pretty. Kind of give this roof a little bit of jazz, and it'll also give us access out onto the roof as well. Where can we put this? Don't really need the brown bricks in our inventory right now, but we'll just keep them there for the second. But you see, that's kind of a nice spot almost. You just kind of want to be able to get out on there, yeah. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, see, so it works. So we've got this corner to do. Nice way to just start the stream nice and slow, I'd say there. I'd say we will need some lights in here, won't we? We're going to shut this all off now, so let's do this. Let's just stick some of these, and I don't know if these will stay, but certainly for now, that's probably a good solution. I really want to go and deal with that spider, I must admit. I'm kind of against animal cruelty though, yeah. Seems a bit cruel. He's minding his own business down there. He's making noise, but he's kind of minding his own business as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the actual roof. So like I say, that's kind of that. That'll do that. Beautiful. Let's have a look here. Let's finish this little corner off here. But here, for example, yeah, I mean, we've already got this. And again, we're probably going to put some stained glass or something in there. I haven't decided on that yet. We'll do it from the front. But there kind of is no access from there yet. And again, I think we'll just sort of carry this brick along because, like I say, these are two completely separate flats, and we probably will put a door in there. I mean, I think we'll do one right now, right? Because we're going to need to get across, but we're not going to leave them open. Like in my old world, my long-term kind of world, I built a few terraces like this, and I tend to just leave the attics all connected up to the top plate. So, you know, they're kind of separate down below. But at the attic, you could just run across the whole thing. But I just think, I don't know, we're going to do this one properly sort of thing. Yeah, and probably just will have a door, yeah. At least for ourselves for now. Like you say, and probably keep it in there. Because, yeah, I don't know, if you're exploring the map and stuff, you kind of want to be able to just run around the place. You don't want to have to come to the attic and find it. You have to just go back down. You know, you can kind of just continue forward and explore the whole place without hindrance. I think that's the kind of the vibe for sure. I think we'll start here. This brick doesn't look right, does it? But here I'm thinking this corner is probably a good place where you might want to have a little, I don't know, a window of sorts. Perhaps a little one coming out here maybe, if there's room. We'll see. Have a look. Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, we could kind of try that now, just leave a gap and see if there's room, yeah. Let's do that. Let's get rid of this as well. Yeah, beautiful. We'll just build it across. I think it's worked out really well. This black dyed wood is, it makes a nice roof actually. I mean, you could just as well use deep slate. I often use deep slate for roof. But you know, we've got the mods on, we might as well use it now. You say there's going to be a lot of buildings to build in this city, so indeed we'll use deep slate on some of the others, yeah. Maybe we'll use deep slate to sort of in patches here and there, you know, try to make it look almost like it's been repaired over the years and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm really pleased, man. This city is really kind of taking shape now. There was a long time where I was editing videos for YouTube. Like, I have the footage of the build of that haberdashery. I have the footage of the build of everything. And I kind of like edited it together. I've edited the first video building the first bridge there. And this section of highway just over there. Let's have a little zoom. Can we see it? You can kind of see it, yeah. It's like a double 2 lanes on either side, like a 4-lane sort of highway goes up there to the that cable stay bridge is over there. But it kind of takes weeks and weeks and weeks to edit that, and it kind of gets you out of the vibe of building. But like the streaming, I must admit, it's been a bit of a godsend. And certainly I'm a noob to streaming, but it's brought value to the fact that we could just crack on with the scene. We can stream the footage, and I will put the videos up on YouTube also, but just as streams if you like. So very minimal editing required, and I can kind of do it and just carry on building and not kind of lose the creative kind of flow almost that you get when you're building. See, I think just here there is room, yeah. It'd kind of be a small one, sort of just like that. And we've used these on the front there, so it kind of would make sense to, yeah, I mean, ideally, okay, I think we can take that out by one more. Yeah, sort of like that. Now let's get this little thing back in our inventory there. I mean, we could just use a sort of trapdoor here. That's not going to kind of work, is it? Have a look. Let's say we're not going to finalise the design. We'll do this when we're doing the windows, yeah. I mean, to be honest, we can even swap this brick out. That's literally not a problem. Yeah, okay, just like that. And again, we'll have something across the top of here, coming up in like a bit of a triangle. Probably actually bring this roof, you know, kind of out here. Let's just see how that might look, just at the basic kind of shape of it. Just make sure we're on the right track, because if we are, we can also do this for another little area, A, for the other house, but maybe even on this roof as well. Yeah, that does kind of work, yeah. Definitely needs some work on there just to kind of make it better, but excuse me. Yeah, but I would say it probably comes out as well by one here. Have a look. And I definitely want to introduce excuse me, a little bit more jazziness to that for sure. Yeah, no, I quite like that. Like, you can hardly even see it, yeah. But we'll put like a little fancy sort of, I don't know, something along here. I don't think we want it to come out like a patio. I just literally want you to be able to get on the roof from in here like this. Yeah, nice place to sit, yeah. And I say this is all going to be built up, and we're going to have this road here come down here, and it's going to bend across there. And we're going to kind of keep some of this river, yeah, for sure. But all this area will probably just fill over that big hole there. We might have an explorer at some point, yeah, see what's underground here. I know there's a lot of big caves, there's a lot of dripstone, but I haven't seen any scope or anything like that. We haven't really explored properly underground, so we're definitely going to want to do that. But yeah, all this, put a nice big flat patch there to build on. All this stuff will all be built over. So, you know, the view will change, but it'll still be a nice view, and you can still get out of here like this, yeah, it's beautiful. Kind of perfect actually. But yeah, I may well make that roof be different, not be the same as this one, but we'll see. We'll see how that one goes. Once we've got some windows in, once we're doing that kind of fancier stuff on the build, we'll have a look at that. For now, I say we just carry on with the kind of grind of building the actual sort of roof. We're going to leave this bit just for now, just to see how the next building connects. As you can see why I wanted to build one of the walls for the next build just here. It's going to be brown brick, I think. Yeah, definitely that kind of browner brick that we've got in our inventory there. And I'll just kind of connect this, and then we've kind of got the whole design, and then we can just emulate the kind of design right the way up the street. Let's have a look. Is it? Oh, okay. So, oh, okay, yeah. That's funny. Let's bring this one down. So, like this. And again, probably not that one particularly, but let's have a look now. Let's do it from the top. From the top. It's fun, this, man. It's quite relaxing, yeah. It can be tedious in some ways doing a roof, but you know, if you're in the right kind of mindset, it's actually super relaxing. There we go. Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah, and we did need that block there. That was perfect. The most stressy bit of doing a roof is kind of planning it out, really, making sure the design works and you haven't misaligned them, or they don't quite connect properly, all this kind of stuff can happen. I think we can just do it like this, huh? Yeah. Okay, we're there, man. And in theory, this might actually be perfect. I must admit, roofs are always my biggest question mark on my builds. I don't always get them right. This one's worked out, but it doesn't always necessarily work out. So yeah, that's more like that. And then this one. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Kind of what need a step there almost, just so we can turn this one. But I strongly suspect there'll be more like another layer of brick here. Let's just put that on for now. And if we get the old half block, just to sort of maybe finish that off like that. I mean, we're going to do this for now. I think we'll end up taking that away, truth be told. We've got it kind of solid there, haven't we? Let's just see how that goes on. Where's the line? Yeah, it does come down one more. So in theory... No, yeah, no. Take that off. I think we just end it kind of like that for now. Oh, you sneaky little beggars. We're in creative, thankfully. What are you guys doing, man? Causing trouble. Just waiting to destroy the build, aren't they? Yeah, I think what we're doing here as well. I mean, it's quite a good idea to have these lights up here. Maybe we'll just bring another layer of beam down as well. As a nice strong roof is this one. Yeah, kind of just like that. I kind of like them. Like, we might try and swap it out maybe for frog lights or something, but that sort of works. Yeah, and again, I guess you'd sort of like want a beam here, right? Yeah, I don't like this end yet. I think what we'll do is keep needing the half block. I think it's time we ditched one of these bricks there like that. Just kind of jerry-rig it almost there like that. Yeah, cool. It still seems pretty dark in here. I'm not sure if there's enough light here or not. Probably going to cut some windows. Should we have a quick look out there? And just check out the gable here. It would make sense, wouldn't it? You could almost have like a balcony here, right? Where's the floor? Oh, okay, we're a bit too high there. Yeah, I kind of like the way I did of it being a window with a base there. Let's have a look. Yeah, that sort of works. I don't necessarily think we need the same thing here, truth be told. Like I say, because this is a slightly different one, right? It's the end house and we've cut a little notch out of it there. So this one is different to all the others. All the others will look like this. But let's just see what happens here. Look at those guys, man. Troublemakers. Yeah, I thought that was too high. Let's we actually can do that, but this one will definitely be more of a kind of balcony. Yeah, I think that's sensible. Oh, that is lower, yeah. It kind of works actually. I'd say they're all going to be on different heights. They kind of, I think these two will be on one level, and then the next two will raise up another level. Let's have a look. 2, 4, and there'll be something else on the corner. I guess we'll build like a corner base. I do want to build like a good old-fashioned British pub. That's where you go to have a pint of beer, watch the football game, whatever it is you want to do. Just sit in the corner and chat with your mates. You can do what you like to do. They've got Wi-Fi usually. You're kind of laughing. Yeah, I think that's nice. And again, this one will have windows. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Let's start filling out this wall, man. There's that spider. Yeah, and again, it's pretty dark up in here. Let's just remedy that briefly. Okay, nice. We've still got some internal walls to do. And I do think we'll do that. I think we'll do the walls, including the internal walls here, right? And then we'll kit it out. Then we'll do the windows and stuff, but then we'll kit it out. As a shop, I think all that needs to happen. And I think I want these 2 builds completely completed before we move on to the next one. Yeah, like I said, I'm not entirely convinced about this. We won't really know what's happening here until I get a little section of brown walling, and we can kind of like build the kind of 1 block higher roof for the next build and see how they have to connect into each other. But I mean, in theory, I think we should just do this for now, and then we can kind of delete what we need to, yeah, when we get there. At least it'll kind of look nicer for now. And then I think it's safe to say the roof is finished. Yeah, man. And once again, I guess we are going to have a wall, come what may, with a door, and we'll put it in the same place here, just like that. Oh, I see. Now, is that block entirely necessary? I don't think it is. Yeah, there we go. Like I said, that's okay because we're not going to see that. They say the next building's going to butt right up against that. And indeed, like I said, the step's going to go 1 higher. It may well just be a case of just sort of leaving it almost. We'll see, man. I kind of like the idea of having something in between the builds just to separate them on the roofs as well as, you know, on the ground, as it were. Alright, I think we're done with the roofs now. We just have a final check. Yeah, beautiful. Like I say, definitely some decorations and trimmings to do. I do like that worked, so we could probably do another one if it seems appropriate. Like, we've already got those on the front there, so I don't think any more on the front there. And actually, like, almost there's sort of no point in having them here because, you know, you wouldn't want to just be looking out at the roof, would you? But we could have a little access point, perhaps. Kind of here, like a little door. Not entirely convinced. Oh, okay, so it's actually not like on the ground there. Yeah, but you could kind of make it so almost. Yeah, I don't think we'll worry about that. We'll do that later when we're kind of kitting the place out. I think for now we leave the roof intact. We'll get some intact walls, man. This thing's just like hanging in the air. Let's make that not be the case. There we go. I mean, we could expedite this and do it like this. It is quite nice. Once you get your rhythm going, yeah. Just sort of do it a bit quicker. Yeah, my fingers need a little bit warming up here, I think. Yeah, but we're all good. I mean, I've seen speed builders where they just like a machine, right? Like a printer, man, just doing it. It's kind of crazy. It's fun to watch. But that's kind of my sort of pace there. This is like about as fast as we will manage it, I'd say. Like I say, I've never actually sort of like made an attempt to sort of try and sort of speed build. I tend to more just be pondering the design as I'm going, like my mind's doing 2 things at once. Or 3 things at once. Like we're laying blocks, but I'm kind of like thinking about the insides and stuff like that as well. But these ones are in theory, well they are not just in theory, in practice on the same level, so we can kind of cut the windows out exactly the same, yeah. So let's do this for a bit of symmetry here. So 3 from the end there. Ooh, that's kind of trippy. 3 from the end. And then 4 in between. Yeah, okay, I see. So let's just have a quick look here. The slight difference. Yeah, okay, I got you. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. This one has 3. I'm not exactly sure why that's worked out like that. We could indeed perhaps put another one on here. Oh no, I do know why that's worked out like that, right? Because like I just said, this one's got this. This is another build, nothing to do with this build. We just like laid this out. Just to kind of markate that that's where another sort of build's going to go. Probably just a real small sort of build. I don't know what we're going to put in there just yet. I was thinking maybe like a doctor's surgery or something. Just something kind of random. You know, you need something that can be sort of relatively small and kind of isolate the building on its own, not part of any other kind of set of buildings, just there. Hello you. So it'll probably come out to here, and then we'll have a little footway that could take you into the little pedestrian area there. So yeah, this one has 2, and these ones will have 3. Kind of just like that, I'd say. Alright. Let's just build their little extension up as well. Stop causing trouble, you. Yeah, I'm not convinced that these are going to be made out of brick. I'm seriously considering building these more maybe out of wood or something like that. But I want to just get a feel for the height of them. Now that we've got the windows in, we can sort of decide how high these are going to be. They're not going to be that high. No higher than this, I wouldn't have said. Yeah, let's do this one here. Okay. And probably just like a somewhat flat roof, I'd say, on that, with a bit of an overhang, something like that. I mean, perhaps it is nice to keep the vibe, yeah. Have a look. Not to necessarily decide on this now, but I think we could get like a flat roof on this. And I just don't think I want it totally flat. I think we're gonna, so we could like at least potentially put something on the top of this. And let's just see what it's like with an overhang. Maybe that's, sometimes serendipity makes you make a mistake and then you're kind of best off sticking with the mistake. I mean, this would mean we couldn't hang anything underneath them. So let's do on this side an overhang at the proper kind of Minecraft level. So in theory then you can maybe potentially hang something underneath. Yeah, I definitely don't like that actually. So come what may, I think we'll do it like this. And sometimes a miss hit, yeah, you shouldn't be so quick to dismiss them almost, right? You can kind of like, so many times I've done a little miss hit, and you know, the miss hit itself has sort of wound up better than what it was that I was trying to actually do. You got to watch out for that when you're building. Yeah, I think so. And again, probably going to want some kind of light in here, yeah? Just to stop the old mobs. Is that enough? I'd say that's enough. Wow. Just a little kind of shed. Almost a little extra storage space. And they're probably going to want access to the outside from here, yeah. And I don't see why we can't give them that. Definitely a, excuse me, like a beauty area out here. Just a simple little door. 2 from the end. Oh, it's nice, man. It's nice to be back in Minecraft, you know. Sometimes I should appreciate just more, you know, we've got to build and we love building. But just the kind of Minecraft, you know, running through grass, trees, water, just to be such a beautiful game. It really is. And you know, I am a big fan of the kind of beta versions and stuff. It's not like I play them, but like I appreciate them for their purity. But I have to admit, I like the updates. I like the updates that they've brought. I like the variety it brings to the place and the beauty, man. When you look out at the sea and you see a nice deep kelp forest, it's kind of beautiful, man. It's beautiful. So yeah, we'll have a little doorway here as well, right? I would say. You know, just a sneaky little entrance. Maybe even we'll stick a fence across here. And these guys, because again, do you know what? Well, we'll decide that when we're building a doctor's yard. Maybe the doctor's yard would have like a little sneaky back entrance. In which case, we'll move that door from there to there. Either way, that wouldn't be a problem. We certainly don't have to decide all that now. Okay, so this hasn't got a foundation, it seems. It's a bit of an oversight. I think we'll just do it like this. I think that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, so we can't get from here to next door yet. By design, you know, they're 2 separate buildings. 2 separate shops here on the ground floor. We can get in there, so that's cool. Yeah, so this is going to be the, that's the storage area. We don't really need it. Almost could do that, yeah. Don't really need that many internal walls in here. I kind of want it to be open, yeah. So this is definitely going to be the corner shop. Don't know what we're going to call it just yet, but we'll come up with a funky name for it. Just have a few shelves across here. I'm thinking the tills probably over there. You don't really have the tills at the front in the corner shop, do you? You come in, you browse at the shelves, and then you go somewhere to pay. I think this is clearly kind of the till area. Yeah, that'd be nice. And I'm thinking of like a baker's here. You know, get yourself a nice cake, nice pastry, maybe a sandwich. You know, there's a bit of overlap, a bit of competition between them, but they're friendly, man. They appreciate the competition and they take it well. Yeah, beautiful. So again, this wall will not be visible, and I suspect a lot of these blocks will be swapped out eventually when we're decorating the inside of this place, because it's going to have the wall of the next door building right up against it. So both of those walls can kind of be swapped out for wallpapery kind of blocks, you know, more decorative kind of blocks. Kind of works out perfectly. But for now, we'll make it brick. And again, no windows in here for that very same reason. Yeah, let's just try and get our fingers kind of warmed up. You know, once I've been doing this for like a good 20 minutes or something, usually, we kind of get a bit quicker at this. But there's no rush, man. That's not what this city's about. It's about chill. It's about precision and chill. Not precision of the placing of the blocks, but precision of our thought process in what we're building and where and how we get it out and what its purpose serves. Like, I definitely want every building in this city, right, to kind of serve a purpose. We're not just going to have like empty shell buildings which look nice from the outside, but kind of like you go in and there's kind of nothing there almost. You know, every building will have its reason to exist. Probably will build some derelict buildings for sure. I say probably, definitely. You know, I don't know if I want to say the word. I don't suppose you can say like a crack den, dare I say it, or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like something really ropey, like ones that are like, should we say a squatter's paradise? That's a bit more PC, yeah. Like a kind of squat building, which is all like really graffitied and dirty and stuff inside. We'll see. That'd be quite fun. But definitely not these ones. These ones are fully occupied and well looked after, man. Okay, let's get in there and stick some lights. Yeah, we've done the front, so we've kind of done this now. We've kind of put some floors on the inside, and then on the inside of here, and then sticking some interior walls. I think we'll go for a different vibe in this building than we did next door. We made it really pokey and narrow next door, like an authentic. I think that spider's gonna have to go, bro. Can I just knock you out of it? There's 2 spiders there. Ah, they're alright, man. You can stay. Mercy. We're showing mercy up in this place. Yeah, I think that's cool. Let's have a look. Let's have a little look next door. Let's get on our feet, yeah, and just going as if we're the resident. We come home. It's a hard day at work. We're gonna have a little coat stand or something there. Come into the hallway. Ah, stairs upstairs. A little bedroom there. A little bedroom here. Like I say, super pokey, yeah, like a proper, authentic kind of Victorian thing. In my mind, anyway. That's how it is. I think this is the kitchen. I mean, almost as well. I think in the Victorian times they had like little hatches, didn't they? Because this is going to be the sitting room. The biggest room in the house, this one. And they almost had like little serving hatches, didn't they? So we're not going to knock that out now, but I mean, we could do. Almost like a little serving hatch through to the kitchen, you know? Like, try and make this one kind of authentically Victorian almost. And there's a little bathroom. But of course, upstairs in the attic, we've had a much more modern renovation, and this has all been stripped out and gutted. Don't need any pillars or posts. This stuff is super strong, man. This holds it up, no problem. And this one holds the floor up there, no problem at all. And we'll have a more modern vibe up here. I just think more of like a modern bedroom. You know, with a seating area with a telly, a couple of couches. Maybe like you'd have a gym or something in the corner, or maybe like an extra little bathroom up here. I'm not sure. Okay, let's swap that out. Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be fun, man. I quite enjoyed doing that. I quite like the decoration phase. This little area here, I'm honestly undecided on. Let's stick some lights up in here first. Honestly undecided on. The only thing we have decided is that it looks kind of cursed almost to have a hole there like a window. I considered having like, I mean, now the 2 buildings are up. Should we have another play with that? Because I did kind of want some stained glass almost. Like a little stained glass window between them. You know, that doesn't look so cursed anymore. Yeah, that might be the way to go. I think we'll leave that now. Let that simmer like that for now. And then we can have like a stained glass kind of window in there. And that would just make this thing kind of have a bit of purpose, you know. Coming out into a dingy corridor, yeah, that'd be a bit depressing, yeah. But coming out to a nice stained glass window, a bit more life affirming, I would argue. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was going to say, we could knock these up by one, but I think one little thin layer of brick there wouldn't work, I don't think. Yeah, let's do this. Let's take the old parapets. And I think we do indeed have a little stained glass window in between these buildings there. Yeah, we're going to have a little drain pipe. Comes down as well. Stick a little drain on the floor there. Little drain pipe coming up. Again though, you do have to remove the parapet, so kind of unfortunate. But I think we can cope with that. I think it's alright. Alright, let's get back in here, man. We could build a staircase here. We've got to emulate the one next door for sure. Where's our diorite? Let's get that in. Yeah, so let's just let's kind of completely emulate this one. It's like 1, 2, 3 steps up, 2 straight ones, and then another 3 steps. Yes, put you in there. All right. So 3 steps up, yeah. And again, just here I tend to you guys are nothing but trouble, you know that, don't you? I think we will stick some lights down here. Put them in the floor. There we go. Yeah, probably just one there as well. See what I'm saying? Trouble. Yeah, do they go up just like that? I got a sneaky feeling they don't. Yeah, look what we got here. Up 2 and then up 2 steps. And we're definitely going to work on this staircase here. This isn't the finished project, but it kind of works. Definitely works for a vibe. You know, these were temporary blocks here we put in, but I think they're going to stay, man. I think they're going to stay. I kind of like the way they fit together. Oh, we've done one already, huh? So get rid of you and up another 3 steps. Relatively simple. And let's just check next door. Do they go back in by 2 like as we get up here? Let's have a look. We've got 2 normal steps up. Oh, it goes in by 3 and 1. It kind of makes sense here with this flat bit here. I kind of like that. That's good. Let's do that as well here. So not you guys. And just like that. Alright. So this in theory should be the floor. Now, if we're not mistaken, it doesn't really matter. This floor doesn't have to exactly match next door. I'll tell you what, let's get these bricks in. Ah, that's interesting. So, these bricks actually go here. I'm really tempted to... Oh, I didn't actually mean to do that. I'm really tempted to do that, though. I'm actually going to have to. Just go away. Thank you. Just a little tap. A little friendly tap, that was all. Hopefully they just wander off somewhere. I'm hoping they just wander away. They seem to just like it. There's 3 of them now. Maybe we'll have to get a bow and arrow in our inventory. Or a sword. Sorry guys. I don't think I want there was spider noises the whole street. No offense to you. Alright, now this wall's probably going to come in a bit further than this, right? But I'm not sure exactly where yet, so let's just leave it like that for now. I definitely think... Let's have a look where we've got the stair to here. So in theory, that would be where the floor is. And I think we're just going to check next door, because the beams don't have to be in the same place. That would be silly. But the floor itself, yeah, I think does. So let's just have a look. Have we done this right now? We have. That's quite pleasing. To be honest, it kind of screams out to me that the first beams would go there, wouldn't they? Let's do that. Alright. Get them all together here. Huddling up for warmth, I guess. I must admit, in real life, I don't mind spiders, you know. A lot of people, you know, and I can understand it. Like, if you see a huge one with big legs and that, yeah, alright, you know, I'm kind of creeped out by that, I won't lie. But you know, if we see like a medium-sized one or a little one in the house, he's fine, man. I'll leave him there. Leave him there. My other half's not quite so casual about it, unless it's in the bedroom. Right? You don't want it like near your bed or whatever. But you know, wherever else in the house, like, they catch the flies, don't they? They kind of do you a service almost. Yeah, don't mind a little spider, but they're silent, unlike you guys. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay, we're getting somewhere now, yeah? Getting the floor in. Oh, yeah, thank you for following, by the way. Your name didn't come up. I'm not sure why, but I appreciate that. Yeah. And again, we'll just have to kind of do a little bit of running back and forth, just to kind of sort of see what we did here. I'm not sure if sometimes I put a beam across here almost at the top of the stairs. I'm not sure if we did that. Let's just have a look. Don't need to be too pernickety, but no, we didn't. We just had it like that. Oh, okay, so we got another wall here with the brick, right? Okay, so let's do that. Yeah. And actually, where are you hiding? Right. Little storage area for the shop there, yeah. And again, we'll kind of like give this shop some interior walls. Be a little bakers. You know, we kind of keep them open plan as best we can, though, right? It's nice to come in and have a bit of space around you. Certainly, the flat upstairs in that one's a little bit pokey by design, but the shops themselves can sort of be. You know, be a bit more welcoming, can't they? For sure. And I think we'll just have the same floor. I mean, this is kind of working. We did it temporarily, just this, like this. It's sort of working for us, I'd say. Just having to think there, actually, if we could change up the design somewhat for each building, but I don't think so. I think we'll just keep it the same. And we'll probably need some more light up in here as well. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, beautiful. Floor 1, and we've already done the attic floor. That's pretty cool. This is coming along. Actually, just got to do the interior floors up in here, and then I guess we'll stick this wall in here. Whoa. It's Minecraft. We love it. We love it. I think we'll probably leave those two there. Probably have something a little fancy above the door. Maybe some glass. Maybe some fancy stone. Not quite sure. Imagine we've done the same here. Yeah. Alright. Probably a bit dark in here, isn't it? Should we just kind of light up this joint a bit? Very much temporarily. Yeah. Okay. So again, this one's definitely kind of more on the more pokey vibe. Yeah. Kind of authentic Victorian vibe, I would say. You know, those old-fashioned buildings with really, I kind of like that. All these, you know, with really small rooms. But I think this one, over the years, has probably had some walls knocked out, and is probably a little less pokey. So let's just see what we can do with this. Yeah, I think that's okay there. I definitely think you're going to have like an entrance hall. You come in, right? Kick off your boots. Probably just extend this wall out as a start. Actually, do you know what? We won't make the same mistake I made yesterday. And I think we'll kit out the interior walls in a different brick in this building. Because then we know that they're kind of, we can take them out and swap them out. Kind of got a little bit confusing, I won't lie, yesterday with all the brick walls everywhere. It's kind of like, oh. But if you sort of just do it with these, we know these are kind of interior walls. And they can be kind of knocked out at will. Yeah, I mean, you don't want a huge hall, do you? You'd almost have like, I'm not going to have it completely open plan. I think some of them we'll have open plan, like you come in and there's actually no walls almost. You know, maybe just one. You know, you want a wall around your bathroom, don't you? But we need to decide where to put a staircase and things like that. I mean, to be honest, this seems like quite a good place for a staircase in this one. You know, you kick off your boots, you got somewhere to stick your keys, you stick a little Hi Bella Smith. Thanks, yeah, not doing too bad, thank you. I hope you're doing great as well, mate. Bless you. Yeah, kick off your boots there, yeah. Hang your kind of coat maybe or something like that there. And sort of come in. We just need to decide really, like, what do we want down here? Do you just want like a sitting room? I think it's nice to have a big giant sitting room almost. So I think in this one we'll probably have a wall here, but not going right across the whole building. Probably just like this. We decided we might change this because I did quite like the idea of having stairs up there. But I also quite like the idea of this maybe being like a bathroom. I don't know. Like I say, we're nothing set in stone right now. Yeah, not doing too bad at all. Using this stream to chill, man. It's a nice kind of chilled kind of build we're doing here, man. This is build 2. Should we have a little look outside? I don't know if you saw what was going on, yeah? Excuse me, but we've got like the first one there and the second one there. And we're going to like continue this vibe with some different bricks. We've got some brown bricks on us. I think the next 2 buildings will be the same design, but out of this brown brick here. We're kind of going to make a terrace right up that road, right up to that tree there. You know, really start to fill this city out. Because it's early days in the city, right? We've built a big build there. We've got a haberdashery there, big build there with the OG's building supplies. And like I say, it's all kitted out inside. Let's have a little zoom. You can just see some crates in the background there, yeah? He's having a delivery with the truck there. And we've got a huge car park over there with like an underground section, 2 floors underground that car park as well. So we've had like, you know, 3 kind of big builds. I just thought it might be an idea just to get a couple of nice little builds going almost in the city. Yeah, we're gonna have this old kind of Victorian vibe up across here, and then another row of houses down that side of that road down there, but they're going to be kind of more contemporary sort of houses. Haven't decided exactly what yet, to be honest, but that's part of the fun of it, isn't it? It's kind of like figuring out what you're going to do next. We'll sort of kind of wait and let the vibe kind of dictate. See what vibe develops and let the city almost dictate what comes next. I don't know, that's kind of small, yeah, for a bathroom, but let's be honest, this is kind of a small little space, isn't it? I mean, we could just give it, you know, make sure it's got a bit more space there like that. And I don't think we're going to have bedrooms down in this one. We've got bedrooms next door, 2 really little small, old-fashioned kind of sized bedrooms. But here, I think the bedrooms will probably be upstairs. We might make that door too wide. But yeah, a real small little bathroom, like you say, this is what you kind of get in these old houses, yeah. I guess they decided. Might make it bigger later. But for now, that's certainly a start. I'm almost thinking though, like you come in here, yeah, just kind of visualize this at somewhat, right? I'm gonna kick off your boots. I think you kind of almost want a kitchen along there. I think it's going to be kind of open plan. Yeah, and maybe the staircase goes up here then, right? You don't really want a staircase next to the window, do you? But you could have almost a kitchen area there, or maybe just like, you know, a few sort of seats there, and you come around. This is your main sitting room for sure. It probably got a TV on that wall there, a couple of couches here, like a library there with, you know, some normal little seats and stuff like that there, and a staircase here. I think we're gonna do this. We're going to at least stick one in and see how it kind of feels, I would say. And this wall itself, let's have a think. Can this wall be swapped out? I think it can. Yeah, we can, because we've got next door there, right? I might help next door. We've got a lot of space in this building here, but it's very tight for space next door. And so this is, again, let's have to remind us, so this is a bedroom. on the next door building, and I'd really like to be able to swap that brick out so we don't lose any space in here. So I think we do just clad this wall out one more, and that'll be the kind of wallpaper. Yes, you can do that. Sorry, I'm just reading it. I just read it on the side there. Just caught you up there. No, most certainly, mate. If you drop me a DM on Discord, I can reply to that. And like I say, I have had a couple of offers, yeah, but I will look at your stuff and see. That is something that I've got is on my radar. I won't lie. It's not necessarily something. These spiders are causing nothing but trouble. They're going to have to go because we're going to clad this wall up now, guys. Don't know what you're trying to do to us. So I don't know. I guess we'll just use this again. And again, this will be swapped out. Yeah, that is something I need to start looking at because I'm no expert with that stuff. Come on, guys, don't make me get the sword out. Come on. I don't like animal cruelty, not one little bit. But you're really in the way here. I suppose we could just leave them there for now. I wonder what happens. I bet they're not going to like it if we just box them in. Will that entice them to just go away somewhere else, do you think? Yeah, and we'll swap this grey block out here for some wallpaper, kind of much more decorative vibe up in here. Although I do quite like it. You know, we could make this like a more modern kind of flat with a kind of modern decor and sort of almost leave this. Yeah, we'll decide on that. That's the next stage, man. That's the next stage. For now, I just want to give next door the option of swapping this red brick out for the bedroom. And we can kind of put a staircase now right against this. Kind of perfect almost. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of strange to have a kitchen like as soon as you come in, yeah. So once again, I just think maybe you have like, I don't really want too many walls in this building. You could just have like a sort of chill out corner, almost like a reception corner, right, where you just have a few cupboards. Maybe you stick the library books here, just with a seat where you can have a read. And you know, you have a bigger bank of sofas in here. And so literally all that's down here, you got a bathroom, you have the kitchen here, and a staircase kind of here somewhere. Probably just there. Just for now, all this can be swapped out here. So yeah, my username is, you can try two things out, because Discord's funny, you can't create a link, can you? And apparently the link that I sort of tried to create doesn't work. It's the same name as what my name is here. It's Crafty Miner 1981. So send me an invite on that, yeah. But if that doesn't work, then just try Crafty Miner, because that's my display name that they call it, right? That's the display name, is just Crafty Miner. So if Crafty Miner 981 doesn't work for you, stick one to Crafty Miner, just to Crafty Miner, and I definitely should get that, and I 100% will reply to that, mate. I'll have a look at what you got, and we'll discuss it. Like I say, I'm not promising anything anytime soon, but it's definitely on my radar as something that needs to be done ultimately at some point. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think we'll just bring these across like this, yeah. And that's kind of cool like that, yeah. Perhaps. Like I say, these are all liable to change, these blocks. It's really not a huge issue for us. I'm tempted to just do this for now, though. Just to make the staircase feel a bit more substantial. That's totally cool, because we're probably going to carp it or something up here. We'll see, yeah. We'll see how that kind of works. Yeah, that kind of feels sort of natural. We'll stick a little banister, a little side rail up the side of this stairs. Maybe even end up knocking that one out, you see, and like, so that, you know, you got a little bit of protection on the staircase. Yeah, I'm almost actually feeling that you just have like a kitchen, you know, almost like a studio flat, yeah. Or a studio apartment, I guess, if you're in America. And I'll accept as soon as this stream's over, mate. I'll pop on there and I'll do that, yeah. Yeah, maybe you just have the kitchen there, yeah. That might kind of work. You could have a little office room. I am thinking maybe you come in and there's like a long, almost hallway. I kind of like it. I kind of like it like this. Maybe we can make the bathroom a bit bigger. Decisions. And we're not actually deciding right now. Like I say, this is just kind of None of this is set in stone here. We're literally just seeing how it might feel. And when we come to actually decorate this place, which will be later in the stream, we will we'll finalise these designs and maybe change them up a bit. Who knows? I don't think it's going to hurt to have a little bit more space in here though. Okay, beautiful. Get a little shower in, couldn't you? A little bathtub, little loo, little sink. All good there, man. Again, I just think we'll keep it one for now, like that. Alright. Yeah, totally different vibe up in here, yeah. I almost was wondering if we could have another wall here, like. Let's just have a little think. Yeah, just have a little run around, have a little feel for it. Yeah, I'm definitely just thinking you just have some seats and some tables and some benches along there. Almost like a play area or something like that, I'm not sure. Nice big front room, nice little bathroom. Have the kitchen probably against there. It's kind of odd to have the kitchen near your front door, I would say, isn't it? Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, okay, I will do that. I will do that then. I can do that once the stream's up, I guess. I mean, I could pause it and quickly do it now. But like I say, it is on the channel. If you have a look at my channel page, it kind of says it there. It says Discord, and it kind of says Crafty Man in 1981 up on there. But I'm more than happy to send you a little whisper. Yeah, we're getting there, man. We're getting there. This is upstairs. This is here. I don't think we're going to have walls and rooms again up here. I think up here it's just like almost like bedrooms. I mean, we could do, if we moved the door, have like a separate bedroom. Yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we'll just try it out here. It don't matter that we're blocking the light off right now. Kind of nice to have an office space, almost like a separate kind of room, maybe. I must admit, I find this part of the building quite chill. Just deciding what you're going to do. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah, I mean, let's just see. It might be better like this. Yeah, I think that's better. Alright. Okay, awesome. I've got that. Let me I've got just literally right here, Chuck, writing it down now. There we go. Yeah, I will I'll do it, and if you haven't done that for me, if you haven't sent one to me and I don't see it there, I can do that, yeah, and add you on there, mate. I got a little I'll do a little Discord set, you know, a little Discord check after this stream anyway, that's for sure. See what's going on over there, yeah? And I will add you, mate. If I don't see that you've already kind of added me, then I definitely will accept. Or I'll pop you a little invite there again, no problems. Let's just stick some lights in here. Yeah, I think this could be like a nice little office, yeah, or a spare second bedroom, wherever you want, wherever's your fancy. And kind of leave this sort of open. I would say this is like a big giant, almost master bedroom. Like if I lived in this flat, I'd want this floor space, yeah. You probably have an office desk in there. Maybe you'd have I don't know, like an extra bathroom in there. Do you know what I mean? Have like an ensuite. You know, you just have your office desk there, wouldn't you? Have like a bed there, maybe a gym there or something like that. Just a couch, whatever it is you fancy. And have a little ensuite in there. Yeah, okay, I think that's us, man. I think that's it. I think that's the interior, at least notionally, laid out up in here. Just one building right in the centre here. I'm seriously considering having a wall across here, I won't lie. But I just think, I don't know, coming in and just having a long corridor, I mean, it could work. Should we try it? If you're thinking it, you might as well kind of try it almost. But I'm not convinced. And definitely a kind of bigger doorway there. Yeah, I mean, that is quite cool, yeah. We could hang some pictures, man. Almost like a gallery, yeah. Put some bookcases there. Come through. Just have a few extra seats. Something there, nothing too fancy, yeah. You know, little extra units, cabinets, whatever. And then let's have your proper like kitchen against that wall there, and your sitting room there. It's kind of perfect, and a little bathroom in there. Go upstairs. Again, I'm thinking just like a little snug area, right? You know, in theory, you'd have beanbags. We haven't got beanbags modded in. We've got couches, we've got chairs, and we could build some Minecrafty stuff, yeah. A little kind of snug in the corner there. Your kind of bed and all that here. Little office space there, and a little ensuite there, man. Yeah, it's perfect. All right, beautiful. Should we? I am considering, right? I don't know how this is going to look from outside, but putting some stained glass in that section there, just to make it look a bit fancy from outside. But let's just see how that looks. Yeah, a little bit odd. Maybe just one block. Or indeed, if not stained glass, just like a fancier sort of block almost. The Victorians did like their decorations, didn't they? They liked it to be a little bit fancy on their buildings. And I think we'll just do that now while we're doing it, man. Let's have a little look in the inventory. I've got something in mind. We've got some modded in blocks which kind of got like a little pattern on them, just like these. Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, okay, so the only kind of red option we've got, I guess, is the granite brick, which kind of makes sense. Let's just see if that might just bring a little something off. It just looks sort of odd. No, that's cool. That works. That's beautiful. Just that there. That makes it. Oh, one of the spiders has ceased to be. Come on, guys. Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of stained glass in there anyway, so it kind of sort of makes sense. All right, that's the start. That leads us perfectly on there, right, to the next bit, which is these windows. So we're definitely going to make them fancy. Let's get the roof blocks back in our inventory, because I think we're going to have them just come out a little bit. Again, nothing at this point is kind of set in stone. All kind of flexible. But I just think it might just, you know, make this front of this thing look a little bit nicer. Give it a bit more three-dimensionality, sort of. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And I think with the white that we're going to put in the windows, I think that should work. Doesn't need to be too fancy. I mean, it can't really. We haven't got the space to make it too fancy. But I think we can get some white bits in there, like a white little windowsill. And probably use like the white stained glass almost, or maybe even swap out these for more white blocks. That might be too much, but let's have a look. Let's just have a little look and see what that might look like. Yeah, that kind of works. I don't like the way you can see it poking out the top. That would be my only bugbear with that. So I think we'll decide on that. But I think we'll probably use something fancier as well than this diorite. And we've got the diorite down there. What about the calcite bricks? Let's just have a look at this. They're right here. Now wood might work also. Let's just keep that as an option. Throw that down there. And you don't really use all that much pure diorite in the builds here. Really should. Yeah, but it's not too bad, man. It can come in handy sometimes. This is too fancy, the quartz. We're not kind of going to go down that vibe. Yeah, I mean, we could, in theory, sort of make them look a bit weather-beaten almost. I was thinking more just like this. Oh, yeah, okay, so we have some options here. Yeah, let's get down on the ground and pick those little bits up there. Have a little feel for how this looks from out here. Yeah, quite good, man. Like I say, it's just that bit there. I mean, we could solve that problem if we bring them out by one more. And that might not be the end of the world. Use the old Minecraft mechanics to our benefit here and sort of do it like this. Yeah, I almost don't like that either. Yeah, let's just let that bed in for a while and see how it feels. Just let that simmer. I mean, the other option would be... I don't like that, to be fair. I quite like the fact that they come out by 2. I think that might have been a good call. Again, kind of serendipitously sort of happened. Perhaps we just have these top ones remain brick. Like that, and then just swap these ones out, yeah? That could kind of work. Let's have a little look. I don't think the calcite brick, on second thoughts, is the way to go. Let's stick it in and have a look. Let's not rule it out immediately. Definitely not. I kind of definitely prefer that. But perhaps the calcite kind of columns here. They're kind of sort of windowy, aren't they? Yeah, maybe a little bit too fancy though. Honestly, I quite just like the polished diorite there. I won't lie. What we could try is just the diorite itself. Yeah, no. No. So where is it? Oh, it's right there. Polished diorite. Let's do this. Yeah, I've got you. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do, yeah? Is maybe if we get the diorite, let's just have a look, see with this step, since we've got it on our person already, just see if this... Oh, okay, so actually no, it wouldn't be like that, would it? It would be more like that. Yeah, okay, that kind of works. That kind of works. I almost quite like the two-tone. Oh no, I say we need to keep that as brick. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I think that's a good call, man. But I think we'll go for the diorite for sure. And okay, so we've got polished stuff. You see, we've got plenty of mods up in this place. It's kind of working for us. Got so many on here that can't half the time remember even what you've got, but we do have polished diorite steps. Pretty cool. That's gonna work. And I think we might have cracked it, and we might even... Now we've got a fancy block up there. We won't have a fancy block there. I think we just keep that one plain like that. Yeah, I think that works. I think that might work for us. Let's put that in. Again, when we put the glass in, right, there's going to be an ever so slight gap on the top. There's nothing we can do about that. This is Minecraft. You can't always have it your own way. Sometimes the mechanics of the game thwart you. But I think that's okay. It's just a bit of air vent here. We can imagine that there's a... Okay, what have we done there? That's strange. Alright. 4. Now, were they 4? I seem to remember placing 3. What we've done here? Okay, yeah, I can see what we've done. The top one's just going to be brick, yeah. And we bring this out by 1 more. There we go. Nice and easy. Oh, again, maybe serendipitously, that kind of didn't look too bad, although it won't work with this top one. You kind of have to have them fully out like that, I'd say. Okay, I mean, we could maybe just soften that top bit up a touch. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a little extra touch that helps us. And who'd have thought it that the polished diorite's coming in really kind of handy for us here. So again here, what's going on here? Let's just get this design right. Let's get this design right. Okay, so actually we've got this window's quite wide here, yeah? So it is here indeed. That's what we've done. That's alright. Right there. Yeah, that's it. There we go. Now it's making sense. Now it's making sense. Beautiful. And the other windows will be much simpler. Yeah, we'll have a little windowsill, I think. Yeah, not the underside parapet. If we look for parapet, I think there's clearly one way to go on this. Yeah, let's be honest. Have a little swig of our potion of reaching, man. I think that's going to help us at this point. I definitely think this is the way to go on this show. Stick these across here like this. Yeah. It's getting there, man. We're getting there. We're starting to build a little vibe here now. Yeah, we'll keep the andesite parapets running across the top. Nice to have it slightly different. I am thinking about the roof now. Like, I'm looking at the windows, but I'm also thinking about the roof. Like, almost this bit I'm kind of not entirely sort of happy about. It's almost like it needs to come out by one also. Should we just see how that might work? I think so. We'll have a little look from the ground, yeah. So if you think it, you should try it. It's in Minecraft. If you don't like it, you can just delete it. It's no harm, no foul. And let's just stick you on the top there. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it just brings it, like, just all that flatness there, it just kind of wasn't working. I don't think, kept catching my eye. And I think that's better now. Alright. Getting there, man, getting there now. Got to stick one of these in here, haven't we? Yeah, okay, I think that's kind of those windows done. And again, these ones, to be honest, we'll just stick the glass in there. And maybe we'll go for the, I mean, we could do that now. I'm really on the glass phase necessarily. Not sure what to do here. I mean, it's great that we've got the steps. It really helps us with that corner. Like I say, it does kind of create a problem of its own in that you can't have a little corner bit of glass, right? So we're going to have to put glass in here. Probably a piece there. And just have little gaps. And we're just gonna have to live with that. Let's just have a look, see how that looks. We've got mosaic glass, and I'm honestly thinking that if we want to kind of whiten up the kind of side windows, that's probably the way to do it. And if we just have a look for ordinary glass as well, white stained glass, potentially. Let's throw that down there. Well, maybe the grey. I think the ordinary is this connected glass, right? And the ordinary glass is only going to be useful in very specific situations for us. I think it's almost like a bit too connected. It's like you can't even like see it almost. Let's just see what this might look in here. Okay, it's odd the way, I don't like the way that they've connected up, just centralized like that. I must admit. Let's try a different option. I think they all might sort of do something similar. At least that one's actually got a pattern in the center that might sort of help us out with this. Yeah, maybe not. Definitely feel like those need something, these windows, something else. I think we're going to try more paned glass. I mean, sometimes we've got connected glass, and that is definitely the way to go for the mod pack, but sometimes you do just want a plain old bit of glass. And we have got some in, but no white options. You see, we've modded in some extra coloured glass, but there's no kind of like white option there for that. Let's just have a look. See what might do us. Slate coloured. Maybe. No, I don't think we're feeling that. Okay, actually, maybe I am. Maybe that's kind of inoffensive, does its job, doesn't create any fuss. I mean, we could put something on the front of it, almost like we've got like kind of what do you call them? Like shutters, almost. And again, you're kind of getting a little bit away from the Victorian vibe, but perhaps with these. Kind of more French almost, isn't it? But I don't know, they might kind of help us. We'll try them. Yeah, do you know, I kind of do like that. Let's try these ones. I think the top needs some work. To be truthful, like almost. Did we ditch out? We've got the half plank, that's cool. We'll have to go and pick some of this stuff up. Like almost, I don't know, or maybe... Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's trial and error. Like I say, these builds grow very organically. That's kind of how I like to do it, I won't lie. You know, you definitely plan it out somewhat. I knew it was going to be a Victorian build, but as far as decorations and stuff, you kind of just have to go... Yeah, I think we prefer the other ones that we've just put on. Oh, the old Victorian shutters. I think that just helps us with those windows, just to give them... It's almost like a window frame. And I don't know, do these actually work? Do they do? Oh, they do! That's interesting, and thankfully for us, they don't mind that parapet's there. Okay. I mean, not that you'll be able to open them from the inside, but yeah, I don't like them like that. We do like them like this, but... Oh, what happened there? Okay, so there's like hitbox jank here. What's going on with this? Oh, I see. So is that supposed to be... Why can we not destroy that one now? Oh, okay. I think I know what's happening here. We don't have... If we put the glass back, first of all. Yeah, and then we destroy it. There we go. Alright. Oh, Minecraft. Why'd you do this to us? So yeah, and I think we have them... Is that a different colour now? What's going on? I want you all to... Oh, okay, and now I understand. So, where did we place that? We placed that here. So yes, okay, I understand. There we go. So, they're here in theory. Quite confusing now, yeah? Okay. I think we just prefer it like that. I think that works. And let's try this main window. I don't want it to be blue. I think we almost wanted this to be white. I mean, maybe let's go down and pick some of these blocks up that we've littered the road with. And maybe the way that they connected upwards kind of might help us here. Let's try that one. I'm not keen on this one, but we'll give it a whirl. Just on the sides, perhaps, like this. Again, not fully convinced by this, but I think it's worth a try. No. Let's not rule this one out either, but again, I don't think so. Like, we're going to have some fancy tinted glass in there. I mean, kind of. That one's better, certainly. Ooh. I really like this tune, man. It's a nice song, is this one. Yeah, you see, like, the connected glass isn't working for us here, is it? On the Victorian vibe, I'd say it's kind of almost definitely not the way to go. I mean, I'm half tempted to perhaps leave some of it open so that you can kind of, you know, climb out onto the windowsill from up here. It'd be nice to be able to sort of step out here, wouldn't it, almost? I mean, we could, in theory, give these things balconies. Now, as far as I'm aware, that Victorians were kind of keen on a balcony. You could get the old balcony vibe going in Victorian times, but let's just see if it'll work for us here. Yeah, I think it might. And I think we might be able to... Maybe, like, I wasn't totally opposed to this. So... I wonder if you shift and place it. Let's just try a bit of mechanics. Let's do a bit of science here. And then it won't connect. No, it still does connect, okay. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, because I'd almost rather that they'd be fine if they had a border on all sides and it was like 4 separate panes. That would work. I mean, we could jerry-rig this perhaps. Get the get darker grey glass in here. And again, just litter the floor. Oh, we'll pick it up, people. Don't pick it up, don't you worry. Yeah, nah. Let's have another look at the glass, just see what our options are. We've got like a grey version. I guess the slate, which we've already got, is the nearest to a grey that we've got with an actual border. So let's try the slate. That definitely doesn't work, no. I think maybe we just have the slate windows all the way through. Maybe have that one up the top. Let's have a little walk. Let's have a little look from the ground level. Are you crossing the zebra crossing here? Yeah, do you know, it actually looks alright from down here. Like you say, I guess when you're playing in this world, mostly it will be in survival. You won't be flying about the place, unless you've got an elytra. But you will be seeing it from a distance. Let's have a look from up here. From the road here. You're walking down the road. Yeah, man, that looks quite good. That looks alright. I think definitely the slate, of all those options we've tried, that's the one that's going to kind of help us the most, almost. I just think having these here also would be too much. But we're going to try it. Yeah, it kind of is too much. Not like totally too much, but it kind of is too much. Yeah, I think we're good. I think that's it. I think we'll leave it at the slate, and I think we do indeed. Leave the gap there, so that just so you can do this. This is Minecraft, you know, if you're exploring, you want to kind of be able to jump about the place here. You see if we can parkour across to there. You can, man. That's pretty cool. And at least you can open and close these louvres now. Alright, let's fly. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think that's cool, man. And again, you can only get in there from here. This is the sitting room anyway. I think that's okay. We do have glass doors. Should we have a little look at our glass doors? I haven't used a single glass door yet in this whole playthrough. This could be the time. This could be their time to shine. Let's have a I did think we had glass doors. Maybe they're not called glass doors. Maybe if we just search for the doors. Oh, not doors, door, right? And have a look. I'm positive there's glass doors here. They're oh, we've got glass trapdoors. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. A sliding glass door. I mean, we could try that. Yeah, do you know what I'm thinking? I think we did add glass doors to the mod pack at one point, and I don't think it was working. I think because we added a much more substantial door mod on there, and it was kind of messing it up, and they wouldn't work together. Yeah, that doesn't work for us, but worth a try. You kind of want something almost to close it off, don't you? But let's face it, again, this is Minecraft. You're not going to get a breeze, you're not going to get a draft. You're going to be quite safe in there. I think that's the design. I think we're okay, and I quite like just leaving that one in the top there like that. Sort of draws your eye away from these gaps here. Okay, so these buildings are finally becoming weatherproof. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, let's do this. Bit of jiggery pokery, and you get there in the end, don't you? And we've got the louver doors. I think we're going to have to get a sword. I'm sorry, spiders. I've given you ample opportunity to skedaddle from that corner there, but we're going to have to start building in there soon. I don't want to do it, but I will. Yeah, I think that's good, man. I'm not sure maybe the way this ends here, almost like you'd want a step coming out here as well. Let's just have a look. Okay, we've got an absolutely packed inventory here. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Get some of this random stuff. Don't need that one, I don't think. Let's have a look. And which glass did we not use? That one or that one? Oh, that one, perfect. Alright, and I just think that coming out there wouldn't hurt it one bit, and that's right. Okay. Ah, I see what's happened there. Okay, yeah. Should we continue to weatherproof this building? I think we've got to do some stained glass here, but technically this is all still outside this staircase. You know, it's like almost like a little sneaky corridor you've got, but I think we might as well do that whilst we're doing the glass here now, yeah. Let's have a look. Something different as well. Well, mind you, we have used that one there. Let's see what that might look like. Oh no, it won't, will it? Because it's going to do this. Kind of unfortunate. I think we're going to have to come up with something. I don't really mind that. I mean, maybe each building could have its own design. I don't think we need to worry about this particular section of glass too much right now, but I think we'll have a little play with it. Yeah, see, almost like this, like maybe you know, something just a bit jazzier. Now I wonder if you have 2 different types of blue. Let's just take 3 different types of blue. And if you put the different ones next to each other, do they? I don't really like that one. Will they then also connect? No, they don't. So that works. That's more like it. That's kind of, we just don't want them to be long strips. I want 4 individual panes. So that kind of works. And I think, you know, we might keep that colour. We just use these trapdoors as like a temporary measure. That's where the shop sign's going to be, yeah. But I think we'll just use those as our guide. And like each window will be different. You know, give each building a kind of vibe of its own almost. Let's have a little look. So if we have a look at the mosaic, what other kind of white? Oh, little eyes. Let's try those. Yeah, we didn't use that either, did we? Kind of creepy vibe almost. Yeah, I think I kind of like that. We'll let that simmer. We'll let that sit and simmer. And see if we want those glass panes to be the same all the way up or different. I'm definitely feeling each one could have its own little design. That all makes sense to me. Okay, yeah, we quite like that. We quite like that. And again with the shop front, we do have decisions to make because these pillars are definitely going to be changed. They're not going to be like that. They're going to be either wood or like metal maybe. And then again you have the windows with the door with some glass above it, and I'm not sure, to be honest, right at this stage here, whether or not each one again is going to be the same or have its own vibe. I think maybe the main windows, right, we're almost limited with our glass options almost. I think maybe the main windows are all like this. And then we have like each shop will have a unique bit above the door, and I guess we could match it to that. Let's have a look, see how that feels. Yeah, nothing too fancy on these lower windows, I wouldn't have said. We can try some of this stuff. Oh, that's the wrong parapet. Let's get our... Is that our right parapet? Did we litter it on the floor? Should we have a little look? No, but we've got our bricks. We'll pick that up. Yeah, let's just get our little windowsill parapet in. This is the meat and bones of it. Well, we've done the bones, right? The bones is the structure of the building. We're kind of on the meat of it now. And then we'll consider the inside of there, the veg. You know, kit this shop out, man. Make it functional. It's going to be a little corner shop. And we're going to have a little baker's there. Little corner shop, little baker's. And we've also got to kit out the flats inside, yeah. So there's still quite a bit of work to do up in here, man. I don't know, maybe we could have these here. They kind of intrude onto the street somewhat, but you know, I think that's okay. I'm sure people can cope and manage to avoid those. Yeah, we're kind of like that. Almost maybe we discounted the andesite too quick. Perhaps down here we do. Kind of catching my eye a little bit. I almost want it to sort of blend in a little more. Let's try these. Have a look. Yeah, I think so. And they're different to the top. They're fancier up the top, and we've got the grey ones down here. They're weathered, right? People have been sitting on them for years and years. Yeah, I think that's cool. They just catch your eye a little bit less there. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. And again, the slate goes in here. I think each shop will have the same colour window, just for a little bit of uniformity up the street. But they can have their own mosaic glass window there, and they can have their own bits across the top of the doors. A little bit of character for each build. Now let's decide what we're going to do with these, because it's not going to be these. I mean, they're kind of grown on me somewhat, but no. And I think it might well go down right down to the floor, but we're not 100%. So let's have a little play. Definitely don't think it's going to be stripped. I mean, we could see what the polished diorite looks like. Maybe even that. But again, I think this calcite stuff is a bit too white almost. We'll have a little play, man. Let's have a little play. Why not? Do you know that kind of does work? Actually, I think this polished diorite will be too plain almost, but I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it, that it was that almost. Let's just try this. You know, carry it down from the windowsill above. Yeah, I think so. Like, not every building has to be fancy. We can definitely use this stuff in like the banking district and the admin district and stuff like that. I just think right here we'll keep with the theme. The diorite's been useful to us, and we'll repay it by using it. Yeah, let's just have a look. Yeah, definitely. We'll lose the brick on the bottom, and these go right to the floor. Okay, we're getting there. Decisions being made here. Yeah, let's just sort of make that not be dirt. I'm not sure why. Maybe across here too, so at least from the inside it sort of feels a bit more like a door frame almost. Have a feel. Yeah, I think so. Wow, it's such a relaxing game, this, man. It really is. And again, the brick is probably not ideal. We probably won't have it be that. I think we'll have that be whatever the floor is. But we'll just swap that out like that for now, just to complete the set. Yeah, just like that. I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't think we want these bottom windows to be too fancy, because like you say, they're right on street level. Any trimmings would have probably been knocked off over the years, vandalized. I mean, we could try the louvers on the sides, but honestly, I don't think so. No, I mean, no, it kind of makes it all look a bit too square. I kind of just feel this feels more shoppy, you know, without the bits on the side there. It's just almost a bit more kind of shoppy. I mean, it wouldn't be out of the question to take the sign across to here and just see if that might work. And again, let's just we can imagine that the sign goes across the top. Just see how that would work. Yeah, kind of like 60% on that. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be using that. I don't think we're going to be using the calcite very much. We'll keep these because we built the steps out of them. Let's just have a quick gander here. Yeah, do you know, I think so actually. I do actually think that works. And it gives us more letters for the sign, yeah? I think we can call the shop something with a longer name, and that, I'm sure that will come in handy. Yeah, we'll do that from the inside. We'll stick you guys there. Makes the window feel sort of bigger as well, almost. Okay, we'll swap all this out. I do suspect you won't see these top ones because we're probably going to stick something on the ceiling here. You know, a full block almost to kind of clad that ceiling. But still worth swapping that out for now and having a look. And I guess I think the bottom stays brick. I definitely think the bottom stays brick there. Yeah, okay, cool. Getting there, man, we're getting there. And again, the rest of the builds will be much easier because we'll have the design fleshed out, right? This is the design phase for these builds. We're kind of like working out all the kinks and deciding what's what. And other than the colour of the brick, all the builds up here will be indeed the same design. I think we'll have another two there, and there's going to be like a gap between them with like an old Victorian style archway there, which will allow you to walk through into the kind of shopping square. We're going to have like a pedestrianised shopping square there, no roads, just like all open, almost like a plaza, I guess you'd call it, wouldn't you? Like a shopping plaza. Let's get another trapdoor. Let's get our grey trapdoor. Yeah, let's continue this theme. I think we've got a winner there. Yeah, we'll do those ones from the inside as well. Yeah, I think so. Like, say, nice fancy house above, and you know, a shop, something that's a bit more simple downstairs to kind of, you know, allow you to see all the goods down inside, entice you in, as it were. And this is going to be the best one. This is going to be the baker's. We have some nice goodies in here. Stick it all on the shelves. Again, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work out, but that should be quite fun. All right, man. I think that's pretty cool. I think we can emulate those designs on the windows now, round the back, and let's have a look at this kind of gable end. We haven't really looked at this much. We've got to make the chimney. Yeah, okay, so we actually need to bring the roof out here, huh? Let's do that. And I guess we could make the chimney. I mean, the question is there just one chimney block? I guess in theory each building should have a chimney on either side, yeah. I think we will put a chimney on either end of each two blocks, if you like. Like, we'll have a chimney here, but in theory it will be a chimney that's connected to this block. And I don't know, in theory maybe we should have a chimney here, because like this building would want a chimney, wouldn't they? They need a fireplace up in there. It gets cold in the winter here. It's actually quite simple. It doesn't really have to be a functioning chimney. We can easily just like knock a few of these blocks out. I mean, right here, and build a chimney. I think we'll hold fire on building the chimney till a bit later. It's really simple, really fun to do that. And we'll just kind of focus on the windows for now. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking maybe some steps on there just to soften it up. We will try that. I don't know if we have bricks yet. I'm pretty sure we do. We look for brick. Because these are modded in bricks. These are not used. They kind of look like standard Minecraft bricks, but they're not. They're tricking us. Let's just see if our instinct's kind of right here. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, for sure. Let's do that. Small little changes, yeah. Okay, we've done that side. That's cool. So yeah, just like that. And we've got some mods again. Like, you can Minecraft it. I've Minecrafted quite a few nice chimneys. And I think we will indeed Minecraft some. Because, you know, I don't want all the chimneys to be the same. But those are the modded in ones. I think we'll do the same here. But just like, instead of being that tall, we'll just have like them one high. I definitely think that's something we'll do. I don't think there's any windows on this gable end. But there are a whole series of windows here. So, yeah, let's get cracking, man. Let's do this. So these, I guess, can be this now. Kind of got a system for this now. And again, I don't really want it to be too fussy. I do think it needs a little something there. A a little something else. I mean, almost you might just put some pot plants or something. I mean, we're definitely not at the pot plant stage right now. However, we do this while it's on our mind. Have a look. Yeah, I was thinking like a tall one. And again, you can Minecraft this. You know, in vanilla, it would be easy to achieve a sort of similar vibe with a flower pot, wouldn't it? And you know, and a kind of flower in there. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm almost feeling like you want like a railing across here, like, you know, it could be like a balcony almost. But really, the truth is, I kind of want the access. The reason we put this in wasn't just so that to make it look pretty. It was so that you could actually get out onto the roof, yeah. You know, when you've not got the ability to fly, you still want to be able to sort of get on the roof, I would argue. And like, there was nowhere to do that, so now we kind of have got somewhere to do that. So if we put like a barrier across here, like a little railing, it's kind of going to stop that. So I don't think we do that. But I think we do perhaps just do that. Yeah, okay, that's cool, man. That's cool, that's nice. That's good enough. Open access up here, yeah, that's all good. Yeah, these windows were fancy, right? I'd say these windows are all going to be fancy like the ones outside. So we'll have the old diorite windowsills, and that's where we'll start. The windows themselves are not necessarily going to be fancy, and again, it's kind of nice to have the access out here. And you know, when you put the glass in, you kind of block that almost. So I'm not 100% sure. Okay, cool. What we're going to do about that, because I would kind of like to retain some access. I like to be able to parkour around the city. So almost like, certainly for kind of this one, you'd sort of like, you just like to be able to get out here. Wouldn't it be a security threat? I guess people can also get in, but that's kind of the point. You know, you can kind of navigate the city really well. We'll see. We'll see what we can do there. But for now, let's bring this around. We've actually stopped that there, but this kind of needs to come right around the building. Not that one. Yeah, okay, so I guess we'll have a drain pipe going down there. You can't actually put these on the corner. Kind of unfortunate. But you leave a gap there like that, and we'll have a little drain pipe coming down there or something. That might work. Now, exterior corners like this are no problem. I just think it breaks up the wall a little bit, yeah. Almost gives it a bit more of a kind of vibe. Yeah. And again, I don't think, I'm not sure, maybe these would be fancy windows. I'm almost done. It's like the back of the house, yeah. You don't really have like fancy windows on the back of the house, no, you just got square windows. So let's have a look. See how this looks. It'd almost sort of make them a bit fancier. Like that. And again, I kind of like the fact that you got access outside as opposed to blocking it off with glass. I mean, it could just be that we do indeed just leave the windows open like that at the top. I don't think there's anything really wrong with doing that, because it's just nice here to be able to sort of come out here and stand here, shoot some arrows at your mates and stuff like that, all that good stuff. I think so. And then maybe we do block these ones off, and then we'll probably just maybe just leave like the corner there. I don't know if that will look cursed. Let's have a look. Kind of like the idea that you can get onto this roof. It's not 100% necessary, but it is kind of desirable. Like, there's almost no need here. I think we can just put a window in there. Certainly for now. Like I say, we can actually change any of this as we go, man. It's really not that big of an issue. You can hardly even notice, can you? I think we do just leave that. Like you say, it's actually a sneaky way to get from one house to the other, because these are two separate houses. So, you know, if you're in this house, you don't want to get stuck. You might just kind of be like, oh, I'm done with this. You get out and try the next one, yeah? Yeah, I think so. I think that's pretty cool. And again, I don't think we have any fancy window frames here, nothing like that. This is the back of the house. That's kind of how it looks. The only thing you could potentially do I don't think this is going to be right. You could potentially, where's the step? You know, you do more Minecraft, like if this was vanilla, this is kind of what I would probably do. You didn't have all the mods on and stuff. This is more like what I would do for a vanilla sort of playthrough. Something usually like that. And I'd probably bring these out by one. And I would have these fancy. Do you know, I am almost tempted. It's a different design to the front. Let's just have a look, see if we... I think this will look odd, but I'm going to try it. Yeah, it does look odd, yeah. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And let's try if we've got a polished diorite. Just a slab. Yeah. Diorite brick slab. Let's just see what that's all about. I didn't mean to throw that then. Where are you? Let's go and pick you up. Come on. Almost thinking maybe just like that almost. I don't know. No, I'm not convinced by that at all. Like I say, I kind of like them plain. It almost looks like it's unfinished as well though. So I do think we're going to put something on here. Let's try these. Bit more weathered at the back. Let's try the diorite again here. And we'll try that one. What else have we got here? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, I mean we could do some stuff, to be fair. Oh, look at this. What are these? Actually, we'll have to go down and pick this diorite pane window. Quite interested to see what that does. Look, we do have little windows like this. Do you know, I didn't think to search for window. Like I say, we're kind of like on a bit vanilla on the glass almost, yeah. But maybe this might solve a little problem. And we have actually used these. I don't know why I didn't think about them. Yeah, okay, so that kind of works actually. It kind of makes it feel slightly less unfinished as well. And these, do these open? No, they don't open those. Some of them do open. Just try this one. I'm feeling that as a vibe. We may well use these at the front as well. Okay, so these connect like this. That's a shame. Yeah, I'll keep doing that, yeah. It's not what we want there, people. Let's try window, man. Let's have a look. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically the selection right there, isn't it? This is slightly different. Quartz 4 window. That's a diorite 4 pane window. I don't know if they're the same sort of dealie. Let's have a look. Definitely worth having a look. Is there a diorite 4 window? I think they're the same thing and they've just kind of called them something slightly different there. Alright, let's just have a look at this. Quartz 4 window. I don't think quartz is the way to go. We've used a lot of quartz. He says that and then kind of like it grows on me there somewhat. Just land and see if you can open these. I honestly thought you could open those, but you kind of can't. It's unfortunate because then we could have put them here. Hello, you. Yeah, I kind of do almost like that. Let's try this. It's just a lot plainer, right? Nothing fancy out the back here, but a little protection from the rain and stuff like that, you know. We do have windows that open, but I can't remember what they're called. I think we'll have another look, and if we can have a window that opens, or these central windows here, that would be kind of perfect. I mean, I'm half tempted to just leave the front as they are and maybe just put these here. But what do we reckon? I do think we do go for the quartz window. There it is there. I don't know, maybe they look a bit more weathered. Yeah, it's a bit too clean. I think we won't use the quartz. We used so much quartz in the car park. Kind of almost nice to be done with the quartz for a while. Yeah, there we go. We'll just give the diorite some time to shine. Yeah, let's just land here because it's clearly going to look odd, right, leaving a gap there. I mean, so we could sacrifice, in theory. Oh, they do open. Okay, so they just... Why wouldn't... They just don't open if you've got the other glass in your hand. Oh, that's perfect. That's ideal. I thought they did. I didn't think I was imagining that. Let's get rid of you. Don't think we're going to go for you. I think we're done with you certainly for now. And you guys. And actually you, although you are very useful. And let's just go and pick up our litter, shall we? Didn't we drop some stuff here? Well, I thought we'd thrown some stuff on the floor, but we're not going to stress about it. What we are going to do is stick these windows in here. So they do open, that's pretty cool. So now we can actually parkour out our way around this whole place, no problem. There we go. Excellent. That's kind of beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. This is going to help us here. We did a lot of jiggery pokery here, didn't we, with these windows? And it might have been unnecessary because I definitely think these are the way to go. And it kind of makes sense that they don't open with the window yet. It helps you place them, doesn't it? It's probably a good call, mod makers. Probably a good call. Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. I mean, it was only ever 90% with this slate. It was the best of all the options we had, and I appreciate its work. But we had a sneaky option that we hadn't considered, and that was the windows. Funnily enough. Beautiful. And I think we do leave the slate just as an homage, to the front of the shops here, which will stay slate. I don't think we have these panes down here. I think that'd be too busy. I think this is a shop and you can look in. They've got big pane glass windows, right? Little windows up the top. And because of the Louvre doors, I just kind of like that. Just a fancy one in the middle. I mean, maybe we'll just try. Right, we'll try one. And just to see if it looks like magnificently better, then we probably will lose the slate. But if it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other, man, then we'll revert back to the slate. I think we'll keep the Louvre doors. I think that builds a kind of bit of a vibe there. I won't lie. I don't think it does look magnificently better. I think it looks busy. I think we'll put the slate back there. The slate glass. Let's do this. Let's not do this. Let's find the slate again. And then do it. We could put slate panes in, couldn't we? Yeah, should we try that? Oh, they connect to the Louvre doors, huh? That's not necessarily what we wanted. Yeah, let's stick with the solid windows. I don't quite like the loose bit of brick that you have on the edge there either. So I think we're good like this. Cool, man. All right, that's it. I think we're done with the windows. Let's close you. I think we're done with the windows. A bit of glass above the door there, and that's no harm. No windows here. That'll be a little doorway once we build the next building. We've got the windows up there, and again, these Louvre doors, these new windows do open. So, in theory, we could actually put these windows on here, right? And then you can still get out. Perfect. So now we're done with the windows. We can maybe even put them on that little side bit as well. Oh, this has been a bit of a revelation, these windows, man. I'm not going to lie, I'm quite excited, if you can't tell. Yeah, I don't really like the way that those are sort of like that. I mean, maybe... Let's just try this. Let's be a bit of a perfectionist up in here. Do you know, I don't think that helps us. I think we can do it like this. Okay, like that. And maybe mean, it'll look odd from downstairs, but I suspect, heavily suspect, that A, it kind of doesn't matter, almost, and B, that we're going to be putting a ceiling on there anyway, so that we're not even going to see that. It's cool. But yeah, I just think it feels a bit better here to have it like that. Let's do this. Beautiful. Oh, okay, yeah, and this something else. I think we can leave those ones open. Get a bit of air up in there. Don't they open slightly differently? Oh, I see. Oh, that's the way, like that, yeah. Okay, beautiful. One last little question is whether or not we should just have a little something on the top here of these as well. And we'll try it. Definitely think it's worth trying it. I mean, we could almost. Yeah, that's a bit of a vibe, isn't it? Just gives it's a bit plain in it, all this brick here. Let's just break it all up a little bit. Make them a little bit fancier than the ones down there. Should we? I do quite like that actually. Maybe we could try that here. Yeah, I think so. I think that's the last change. We have to make that the last change. We fiddle about with these windows, man. It's worth doing though, because like I say, this is the design kind of stage of the build. Now all the other ones, we already know what's going to be happening, so we can build those much quicker. But this one, you know, we've come and hard and changed things up and stuff like that. But yeah, I quite like it. I like the glass being different. I like the fact that those top ones are a bit different. And I like the fact that it kind of arches over a little bit more now. I think that's cool, man. And I like those pot plants as well. Okay, beautiful. No windows on this. It's just a storeroom, full security there, man. We'll stick some doors on there, yeah? Drain pipe down there. I mean, you're not going to see the drain pipe. Mostly. I guess we'll kind of lose that corner brick. And we will be pernickety, take it right down to the ground and make a little drain there. But this is going to be a building. I'm thinking like a doctor's surgery. We're probably going to take it out to here. Leave a little space where you can walk by the river. And have like a little doctor's surgery just on the corner there. And probably just like a post box. We call it, you know, mailbox as it were, with a bench, street light here, something like that. Nothing too fancy. We've already got some benches there. It's a nice place to chill. Yeah, I'll tell you what, let's make this chimney, I guess. Let's decide where we're going to put the second chimney, and let's make the two chimneys for this building. And kind of like shut off the front, so we'll put the doors in all around the place, all around the sides, and secure this build. I think that's clearly the best thing to do, and that's probably the best place to end the stream for sure. And then on the next stream tomorrow, like I say, I stream every single night at the same time, usually a bit earlier than tonight, usually about midnight, and they're always like 2-3 hours long usually. So yeah, we'll come back tomorrow and we will kit out both the insides of these. So shop there, little corner shop, selling all the things you might want at a corner shop. Mostly food, I guess, right? But also just handy bits. You know, you might want a shovel, you might want a pickaxe. You can go in a corner shop and get a shovel and a pickaxe. You'll probably go in there and get some armor. You know, like it's not a clothes shop. They got a bit of everything up in there for you, like any good corner shop should have. And this is a baker's, no further description required, right? You get all your lovely pastries in there, yeah. This is the wall there. Let's have a look. This is literally here, the wall that separates the two, so it's here. So we've done the thing, we've lost our track. It's here. Bang, like that. So I don't know what it looks like on the inside, and it doesn't really matter because either way, we're having a chimney here. Come what may, you might say. Okay, actually works out pretty well. I mean, maybe we will actually make it almost a functional chimney. Maybe we'll have a fireplace right there. You can move the door, that's fine, that's not a problem. So I think we need our potion reaching, but I think we can manage like this. We'll make it do this kind of proper style. Yeah. And where does that end? That's nice, man. That's worked out kind of perfectly. We like that. let's make a little chimney stack. Now, it don't have to be the same as that, but look, we've used those parapets again up there. And they're pretty fancy. Everything's double. We've got 2 parapets and like a big tall chimney stack. Now here, I think we'll just make it a little bit more simple. Like a single kind of parapet. These are super handy, these things. These little parapets, I won't lie. But maybe we'll go for a kind of different vibe. Almost like, you know, stick like a dark oak one on there almost. Like it's a bit dirtier, like, you know, a bit black. I'll maybe try that one. Yeah, I think so. I mean, we could also... I haven't done any research, I must admit. Like, I haven't looked at any pictures of Victorian chimneys. Like, the only image I've got is whatever's just already in my memory, right? From the buildings that we see. I'm pretty sure they have like a... It's like they're always brick, and then it's like a darker section on top almost. So, like, what I'm saying is it would be like... I don't know, like a darker red brick. I think we'll go old school just for this bit and just have a look. Let's see what jumps at us. Thinking like a darker, almost, I guess it would be like polished granite, I guess, maybe. Don't think it's that dark, not like as dark as Deep Slate, like a darker red vibe. Let's just try the mud brick, although I'm not convinced by that. Yeah, I mean, nether brick. Almost, that could be too dark as well. We're looking at inventory, man. What don't we need here? Let's get rid of that. I think we're done with you, louver doors. You were very handy, though. We're going to need this glass, because we're going to put that above the door frame. For sure. I don't think we used the cracked glass, did we? Get rid of that. Don't need the white wood. We want our coloured bricks there, because that's... I think before we end the stream, actually, we probably will just stick a couple of brown bricks down on the side of this build, just to, like, you know, have a look. We won't get the next build going per se, but just to make sure we're on the right track with that. Don't we think we need any more staircases? Probably worth keeping grass. I think that's cool. Right, let's have a look. Now, honestly, I'm thinking maybe the mud bricks. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the nether bricks would be too dark, and I just don't think the granite's the way to go. I mean, let's kind of rule it out first. Yeah, it's kind of lighter, isn't it, if anything? Yeah, not that. Let's try this. Makes a nice noise, that, yeah, when you land it. I mean, I do quite like that, actually. But to me, that is sort of screaming chimney more than this one. Yeah, perhaps it's not darker. Perhaps it is just more like browner on the top. It's like almost like a sort of cement or something. I'm not sure. I mean, we could try the double parapets just to see if that... Almost like a bit too fancy, but I don't like the way that the stone ends just like that. I think we'll keep one with 2 and then one with 1 line of these, and we'll just see which one looks better. I kind of can't tell. Let's stick the chimney tops on. And again, if you were going to Minecraft these like more vanilla, because we've been here before in vanilla, and all you have to do is make this chimney stack 3 wide, and then you can kind of got room in the middle to kind of block up with a kind of chimney stack. And I've made some pretty nice looking chimneys in vanilla, just like that. It doesn't really work as well if you've got 2 like this. However, since we have got modded in chimney, I think we can probably make it work. I mean, if we have to make this one wider and bring it out, then we will. But I think we can give this a go and just see. Let's just have a look. Chimney. Yeah, you see. So, I think maybe that one. I mean, let's just grab them all there, right? Yeah, because like in theory, this is quite a relatively big sort of house here. Like they might, like they would have like multiple chimneys, but I don't think you'd have 8. Yeah, I think that's it, just like that. See, so you couldn't like, you could do that, right? You could just use wall, couldn't you? Like you could use the brickstone wall and sort of achieve a similar vibe, yeah? And then if it was hidden, if you used to kind of clad this in trapdoors, if I was in vanilla, I'm saying now, I'd probably kind of like clad that in trapdoors, have a campfire in there to get your smoke, and then put a couple of walls but like I say, if you have two walls next to each other, it makes a solid one, doesn't it? So you need to have like your chimney 3 wide, and I'd have like 2 walls on top of each other, probably brickstone or something. Campfire underneath, you got yourself a little chimney, and they look quite cool. But I definitely think here, this is the way to go. I mean, these are nowhere near as tall as those, are they? Let's have a look. Is that... I think that's too tall. I think all we need is just the one little sneaky ones there. Okay. Alright, yeah. I don't think we need to go nuts with like a... They got 4 fireplaces. Let's get on the ground. I honestly can't decide about the 1 or 2 part. Yeah, no, I can decide. And I think we have a double layer of parapet for sure. So yeah, it's nice to mod this. With this city's modded, you know, we want the variety. We want it to look cool, definitely. And we want it to have a wide kind of... I want it to look realistic, I suppose is the word I'm looking for, right? You know, we've built a Minecraft truck there, and we've got a modded in car there. So it's like a mix of the two. I like to say that building kind of realistic, isn't it? And that looks a bit more Minecrafty almost. Definitely a mix of the two. I like to think these are sort of a bit more realistic almost. But we will definitely have more kind of vanilla-y Minecrafty builds in here as well. There's no doubt about that. Alright, I think that's our chimneys. I think that's our windows. I think we can do the doors. And I think we're good. Yeah, what was the other white glass we used? Yeah, okay, it was let's get little bit of mosaic glass in here. This one. And these chimneys, very cool. Appreciate your work there. But we can destroy you now. Yeah, I think it was a good call. Like, clearly a kind of obvious call almost, yeah, giving each of these building their own chimney. That sort of makes sense. And thankfully, these don't connect side by side, so I kind of appreciate that. Like I think each shop will have one block, whichever one I guess we feel fits best. Clearly going to be this one, isn't it? As the glass above their door. Oh, I'll tell you what, actually thinking about it, look. There's going to be another space, huh? So maybe... I don't like that as much, funnily enough. Really don't. Maybe the door has some kind of frame. Let's have a look. I kind of like that like that. Oh no, I'll tell you what, it's not that one, is it? Kind of like that like that. I mean, we could have the door. I was just going to go for a single door on this and have it kind of proper Victorian style. You know, they kind of kept it simple, didn't they? I don't think they had like wide doors. Have a look, see what that does. Nice. It kind of ruins it. And that's alright though. I don't think 2 types of glass is the way to go. No, definitely not. So maybe the door has an actual solid frame of some description. So I'd like to see this. I don't want it to be a solid block, so definitely some kind of wall, which is going to kind of be thinner, but again, then the door won't connect to it, will it? Let's just do some science here. You know, almost just like a darker frame. I don't think this is necessarily going to stay. But just to sort of see if it kind of works, and let's just have a look at the McCall's doors, because I do happen to know. Let's just look at the doors then. That they've got doors that kind of don't stick on the edges, they stick in the middle, and it's these doors here. And these might actually connect to a wall. I'm not sure. We're going to do some science quickly here. See how these work. Now, I guess this is the kind of vibe. That looks like a more old-fashioned Victorian style door to me. So if these stick to these bricks, to these walls, if they do, they don't. Okay. And they open like that. You see, actually, to be fair, they're gonna be open, right? So it's just gonna be left permanently open, I imagine. And if you did want to close it, there's a bit of a gap. I mean, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that it does that. I won't lie. I think the wall idea is probably a winner. Let's try a more diorite-y kind of wall. It kind of blends into the... Okay, that might work. I guess we could try that. Modern diorite wall. Alright, let's give that a whirl. Pillar walls, you see. Let's just do some science here, man. I don't suspect any of these will actually connect to this door. Well, that's quite nice though. Almost. We did use these on, or we've used them on the bridge just there, funny enough. Bit too fancy almost, bit too visually busy for me. Kind of takes away from the window almost. Very nice though. I mean, great actually, aren't they? We could definitely use those. Here and there. Yeah, kind of a bit problematic, isn't it? We're almost tempted to just almost not have a door and just have them like that. Have them be welcoming. And we could always stick doors on this side. I do quite like that, as it happens. And what was the other option? Should we not rule this one out? Yeah, I think we can rule that one out. It's a bit too dingy. Yeah, like, you won't go on there, will it? Let's, make that glass not be like that. If we just get like a more ordinary door, I guess. Again, it's always trouble, right? If you've got 3 doors, it's never ideal. And then I'm just thinking, if we do that, and then almost have these ones. Okay, so how do we do this? Fun with doors, yeah. Fun with Minecraft doors. I think this one will be alright. You can have it like that. Okay, so kind of like that. Again, it's just not ideal, is it? A little sneaky side door. And you just kind of have it open almost like that. Yeah, I'm not convinced by that. It was a nifty idea though. So what's the question, yeah? The question is, what's more important, right? Getting a door on and making it secure? Or having it look fancy? Like, that's just not going to work, yeah. Where's our McCaw's door? I mean, they kind of look alright, as long as it's open like that. I think that is probably the way to go. And then we just have them kept open. You know, permanently welcoming. And we've still technically got the single door vibe that I was going for. And if you close them, you know, you still can't get in. It's still secure unless you've got a coat hanger or fishing line, and then you might have some fun in there. What if? Okay, wait, oh, I say once again, yeah, that's the hitbox there. What if? Get rid of you. We once again make that not be like that. It's a shame like that they don't. Yeah, no. I mean, we could have solid, but we could actually bring the window almost out by one. And I'll be honest, I quite like that design like that. I think that the house looks great up there. I quite like the doors like that. So have another look. I think each building will have its own door, so let's just see what options we've got in the McCaw's door. We don't have a grey one. It's kind of unfortunate. I mean, they could have just a light brown one next door. Let's just see what other options. There's no triple doors, right? This much I know. Garage door. I don't even know how that would work. Let's try there. Is that? Ooh, I see. Okay, actually, let's go and do some science here. We've got our little testing area just out here, like this. Right. So if we were to place a garage door here. Oh, and again, like the windows, you just got to tap it with. So how would you get it to go downwards? Well, it's quite interesting. So what? Okay, so what happens if we connect them like this? Ah, and then. Ooh. Okay, so that might work. That science was worth it, yo. That might work. Now, can we? I presume instead of garage door, you indeed probably would be able to connect these side by side. Yeah. My favourite little Minecraft tune comes on just in time because okay, that's pretty cool. I see it now. Visualization was letting me down there. That is indeed a garage door, and I think we might have found our solution. Let's go and see if we can make this work out there. Delete you. Thank you very much. Very useful. Maybe we have like garage door shutters on here, yeah? And again, I think we're going to clad this ceiling in something a bit more simple than this. I quite like it. It's grown on me. I must admit. However, so let's just use dirt for now, I guess. And this is kind of perfect. I mean, again, you still kind of got a gap there, but you know, I'm really not that fast. We can even, like you say, it doesn't actually have to be fully secure now. I mean, if we wanted to, we could even. Where's our diorite? Let's kind of do this. Almost be able to bring that out. And again, we'll just leave this in. I think we'll let this simmer overnight, this diorite here. Hello, you. What are you doing in here? Just to see if we kind of want a little bit of depth on the windowsill like this. Could come in handy. Comes in handy for securing place. So look, that's the garage door. So in theory now, yeah, wow, okay, we've got a solution. We definitely have it. Oh, yeah, no, the hitbox is there. It's a bit unfortunate, but that's okay. Yeah, my beautiful. So can you actually shut this from the outside? You have to kind of shut it and get out the way quickly. Alright. No, I like that. That works. We can have it open. Come on then. Off you come. And again, I don't know what really. Oh, okay, so it's about to happen in game, isn't it? Let's place you there again. And you come back in, huh? Take you all the way together, yeah. I think the floor is going to be different, but I just think for now, I don't think that's the end of the world to just kind of do that like that. Again, you know, like seeing the hitbox as you come in, I guess is a little bit off-putting. But I don't think that matters. I really, I'm really pleased. I managed to come up with a solution, and that is a secure shop. Now, if I owned a shop, that's the kind of door I would want. There we go. And to be honest with you, if you own the shop, you kind of lock it up here. You go through the storage area, through the stock room, into the little extra little storage space, your shed, whatever you want to call it, whatever each shop will have its own purpose for these things. And then out here, which leads us perfectly to the final doors. And again, I just think you just want ordinary doors, right? We really don't have to be too fussed about these ones. Almost tempted to just put a vanilla door in, just because it's kind of nice. Like, we just have a mangrove door, because it kind of like, we've got all fancy bits on here. It's just nice to have some vanilla bits. Well, I don't know. I guess you kind of want the step on the inside and you want the security on the outside. Yeah, just like that. Just kind of blends in. You know, you don't want to attract attention to the fact that that door exists. It's not for the public. Yeah, and again, these are on different levels, but we're not going to worry about that right now. That's your door. I'm not going to do internal doors right now. I think just these ones. I just wanted to get a right. So yeah, and again, I guess we'll just do the same here and let it simmer overnight. We'll probably come in when we're decorating this shop out on tomorrow night's stream. We'll decide for certain what we're going to do with this edge, but I kind of like it. Certainly helps us with the garage door situation. That's for sure. We do lose one block of floor space, but that's not a problem. Like I say, a lot of these walls will be wallpapered. Where's our brick? Or clad somehow. Clad. Yeah, you see. So for example, you know, we can actually remove this and replace it with something nicer, something more befitting of a bakery. I mean, to be honest, a brick wall is quite befitting for a bakery, yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. We're doing that tomorrow. For now, we're going to do our garage door. Right, this is... do you know what, actually? Let's have a quick look. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, there wasn't just one type. Ah! Maybe we sped ahead too soon. Yeah, maybe we did. Oh, you don't have to do that. We can just do it like this. Maybe the white garage doors are the way to go here, huh? I mean, I don't think it matters massively. Let's do this also. And again, the floor will be something different. I'm certain of that, but for now. Yeah, look, a secure shop. When you need it to be secure, you can secure it up right good. Oh yeah, and then you hold any other block in your hand and you go in. Again, with the hitbox, I suppose when I upload it to the server, I'll make sure you can't see the lines. I don't know what that setting is, but, you know, purely so that you don't have that when you come in. Like say, if you bash it, I suppose you'll end up breaking the door. Easy to break the doors in Minecraft, yeah. But at least they're there and at least they work. I don't know. Should we close this one and see how they look? If the white or the grey is the way to go here. Hello, beautiful. Oh, it's a villager. Oh, have you gotten yourself trapped outside, bro? There, we haven't seen a villager for a long time. I think this is a lovely way to end the stream. Hello, my man. These are gates here. I don't know how they open. Go on, then. Because he belongs inside the haberdashery map. We spawned these guys in. Oh, look at you. God, you troublemaker. What are you doing? Yeah, I think he wants to get back to work. And we've been in there making banners and all sorts of things. And never once have I seen a villager in there. We spawned 2 of them in there. Have you got a name? Did I hear you? What you got then? Shepherd Novice. Huh? Yeah, see, in the haberdashery, I figured it made sense to have a shepherd. You definitely are. You go on, you should get back to work, man. You've been skiving for months. Like, what have you been doing? He's back. Oh, that's a positive way to end this. He's going back to working up in there. Look. There's another one somewhere, which has also disappeared. And, he's been on a mission, man. I don't mind. I'm not a strict boss up in here now. You know, almost the grey's kind of better. It kind of does feel more secure. I think the white's a bit too kind of white. I think we're going to go for the grey shutters. We'll keep the white shutters for the fancier kind of areas, huh? Beautiful. Okay, so actually they kind of block the glass at the back, and they hadn't noticed that. But I think that's okay. Actually really pleased about this. We did have solutions. You know, in Minecraft, especially with mods, there's always a solution. Ah, yeah, there we go. Just don't click on your way in, please. Just come in nicely. And don't break the doors. And everybody's happy. Okay, we actually have our shepherd back. What's this? Oh, it's a moo bloom. Hello, beautiful. It's busy around here today, isn't it? Are you trying to get through here as well, yo? Are you stuck? I don't want to hit you. Oh. I think you're okay. You're just chilling there, aren't you, girl? You're just vibing there. You stay there, mate. Alright, awesome. That's definitely our stream for the night now. Really happy with that. I was thinking we weren't going to get a door solution. An appropriate one, but we have, man. That's perfect. You could shutter them up. And I'm going to leave them shut just to remind ourselves tomorrow how cool they are. I've got the shepherd. He's back at work finally. He's been on the longest dinner break ever as that guy. Oh, I'll tell you what, we've got a couple more doors to put in, yeah. Let's just secure the flat as well. And again, I suspect these doors will change. Because it depends on how we decorate the place. And it kind of makes sense to keep the blue vibe, doesn't it? We've got a blue door right there. So let's give these guys blue doors for now. And again, I think you kind of want the door just on the inside there. And I'm guessing maybe these can have glass that isn't on the shop front. And that could be the system that we work. So yeah, 2 more doors. They say that's liable to change, potentially. Depends on what we do when we're decorating inside. But for now, that's definitely a solution. And these guys can have the eyes. And like a more kind of whitey sort of grey door almost. Should we just try one little thing while I'm here before I log out? Yeah. Is that going to look odd from the outside? Gives us nice light on the inside. Yeah, it kind of sort of almost takes away from that, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it does. But we can probably have them up there somehow. Well, we'll come up with some other lights. We've got plenty of cool lights in this game, right? I think we'll just put those up there like that for now. And you've got your eyes. And I just think like a whitey sort of grey vibe door. Oh, look. We'll stick with the same design, different colour. Kind of the vibe of the whole place. Beautiful. Yeah, this place is oh, they're still up there, yo. There's just one left now. Holding the fort there, are you, my man? We're going to leave you there. You want to be gone by tomorrow, I'm telling you, because we're in here tomorrow and we're decorating. And I can't be putting up with you blocking my work. Don't mind you existing, but I can't have you stopping the work. It's not cool. May I land on there? Clutch. Yeah, beautiful. Now she's secure. Fully secure. Roof on, windows in, internal walls all kind of in. Again, subject to change somewhat, but I think we've pretty much got it. And ready to decorate. So again, tomorrow's stream I think will be consumed entirely by kitting both that shop out, the corner shop, that shop out with the bakery, that flat, you know, 2 floors, and that flat as well, 2 floors. You could call it a house, a maisonette, technically, right? I think that's what they call them. Yeah, awesome. But thanks for following. Really appreciate that, man. And I'm gonna get on Discord. So yeah, we'll pop you a little message. And thanks for watching. Everybody that's enjoyed it, I'm glad you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And wherever you are, whatever time it is, you have a good one.